Hello. Welcome to Master Detective Archives Raincode second stream. Sorry I'm late. I got caught up on some other stuff. I'm so used to the 4 o'clock time that doing it at 3, I was like, oh my god, I completely lost track of time, and now I have to scurry to get everything put together. But we're finally here. I'm just going to tweet that I'm live, and then we can get playing. Give me 1 sec to do that. Get the link. Boom. Boom. And alright. Updated it in the Discord. And on Twitter. Why do I have so many different social medias that I have to update? What have I done to myself? Going live now. Send tweet. And update my username on Twitter to say live. Live. All right. Tweets are sent. Discord messages are sent. All systems are a go.
That's right.
Wow, so it just
when
picks
I
right
saw
up.
Zilch through the window, it appeared as if the knife was stuck in his chest.
Hello, Kiwi. Welcome to the stream.
But in actuality, he stabbed the blanket-wrapped cushion to make it look like he had been stabbed. That's why the Zilch's death was a red herring. It was meant to mislead us.
Okay, this is exactly where we left off before. We had like just figured out this red herring. I think open the chest and then that was like the halfway point or something.
It's a new solution key.
If it was a red herring,
I believe Kiwi, yes, you said this was like the halfway point because we just did the Hangman's Gambit. Or not Hangman's Gambit. That's what it's called in Danganronpa, right? Whatever the equivalent is in Master Detective. We already saw these messages.
In a roundabout way.
Which means that dead end in the abyss could have a new path now.
Shinigami puzzle. That's the one we just did, right? I recommend you look through your solution keys because stuff's about to get a little confusing. Oh boy. Difficulty's gonna ramp up. Alright, let's see. That's pause. How do I... Alright, so these... So I just got the new key, which is number 18 and 19. Cushion with hole, bloodless blanket, red herring. Okay, 20 keys. So we had the maps, the log saying the train never stopped, these saying that there was nobody new, knife in the corpse, all of the different corpses. The fact that the train blacked out, I don't think this has come up yet. Corpse, the backup system was on, so the main power went off at some point. The photography one confirmed that I drank the drugged drink. Another corpse, distorted plate. I don't really know why this would be important, but it says what number car it was. Bloodstains on the lock. The peacekeeper report saying everybody burned to death. The coffee was drugged. I think I should probably turn the volume up. It looks a little quiet for you guys. Cushion with the hole. So this got stabbed. The blanket was not bloody, which means they couldn't have been stabbed through the blanket. So it was a red herring. The knife was stabbed into the cushion. So Zilch didn't actually have the knife in his chest. What was your theory again? I've been playing with my friend recently, so I kind of forgot. Initially, before I realized that it was Zilch, I had thought that it might be Aphex or Melanie. But then it was switched to Zilch. Or at least that's what we currently think, is that Zilch started from the back of the train. Basically, there was like one dead detective in each car, so they started from the back and then moved forward through the train to kill everyone until they got to the car that we were in, where they then killed themselves in the infirmary. But then we found out they didn't actually stab themselves like we initially thought, so they might have burned to death or faked something. So I guess that's where the current question is. But it's still pointing to Zilch. Alright, now it's way too loud. Okay. So Shinigami was right. Somebody did fake their death, so we have to go back. Is there no way to, like, speed back? I don't want to have to walk all the way back. Are you kidding me? Shinigami, please. I'm not trying to get bonked by YouTube here with that freaking upskirt or whatever. My fave track is playing. Is that the one that you said, like, it just loops? Oh, wait. I think you said that the track changes, right? Like, when you get to the halfway point, there's voices in it in addition to the instrumentals?
What's wrong?
It's too much of a hassle to go all the way back there. I don't want to walk anymore.
That's what I was just saying, Shinigami.
Some guy
It's too much of a
are.
hassle.
Besides, you're not even walking.
True, you get
I
to float.
despise effort and hard work.
Me
Don't worry
IRL.
about the easy way. Oh, I know. I have a convenient transportation method thanks to my awesomeness.
That is
It
very
lets us go
convenient.
anywhere
The men
you've
screaming.
been.
I'm looking forward to hearing
Now
what
is the
that sounds like.
perfect time to use it.
Zoom or evac? Is that what these are saying? I'm assuming evac.
A mysterious force is blocking you from casting this spell.
What the?
That spell will let you escape from within a labyrinth, but you can't use it inside the mystery labyrinth.
How? What's the point? If it helps you escape from a labyrinth, but you can't use it inside the labyrinth, that doesn't even do anything.
Anyway, time to pick again.
Sure.
Alright, so it's not evac, it's zoom. Oh, just freaking flashbanged me. I think the references to other games, but I don't remember. I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah,
But unfortunately, using it does drain a little bit.
drain a little bit of what? Do you have MP or something?
Your lifespan.
What?
My lifespan? Again?
So we passed through how did the culprit pull it off junction and have taken the played dead turn again. Now that we have a new solution key, I'm sure we can solve this mystery and access what's ahead.
Let's give it a try.
Oh, a new door, okay. I thought this was gonna be a game for a second.
Solution keys are important to solving mysteries. We're gonna expose the
Select the key that
truth.
answers the question. Okay. What proves that the culprit played dead? The red herring. One of the future ones is abracadabra. Oh, like a reference?
Zilch was trying to trick us into thinking he'd killed himself.
Not quite sure what the point of that is still. Unless that's supposed to mean that he was killed by somebody else. So it was a different person who was the murderer, but then it's like, well,
A bridge!
why would he want us to not figure that out?
Didn't I say the path would appear? It's all because
Oh,
we found
zilch,
the right
zilch,
clue
zilch.
to break through. I'm so amazing. You can pat me me on the head if you want, Master.
I would like a head pat.
Well, maybe later.
Oh, come on, Yuma. I'll head pat Shinigami for you.
We opened the play dead route thanks to the corpse red herring solution key. So Zilch really faked his death to mislead us.
If so, he is absolutely the culprit. Now, we just need to prove it.
I think this confused you a little more than I expect. It's like... It will probably make more sense to me as we get further in, but at least right here, I don't really understand why he would fake killing himself if he still died. Like, I don't know.
But even if the mystery labyrinth is fair when it comes to solving mysteries, the real... What if Amaterasu Corp decides to protect the culprit?
Oh, you're worried they'll just cover it up? No need to worry.
Huh? Why's that?
Let's save the fun for later.
Oh, save the fun for later. Okay, thanks, Shinigami. Uh-oh.
You better run, Master!
Why? Wasn't this the...
Maybe you should run instead of standing there and saying, uh-oh, what's happening? Zoom, zoom, zoom. Oh, boy. Jump, bro.
Master, you better concentrate!
Choking him out's not gonna help. I guess it did help, okay. Oh wait, did she just possess him? What was what Yuma saw through the window actually Zilch? I'm pretty sure it is.
When I saw Zilch through the window, he was faking his death with a knife through the cushion. That was definitely the real Zilch.
Was the burnt corpse in car 1 actually Zilch? I don't see how he would have escaped. What? How can it not be him? I mean, we saw the corpse before it was fully burnt and it looked like him. Okay, I guess it's not Zilch. If Yuma thought all of them were dead, he might not be able to prove himself as not the culprit.
The corpse I investigated was real.
I guess that's
it
true.
Just wasn't Zilch's corpse. In other words, Zilch swapped himself out for a real corpse.
How would he have done that if it was a locked room? I mean, it would have to be after I entered, right? Oh my god. I am getting everything wrong. This doesn't make any sense. How... I need Yuma to explain everything to me because this is not checking out.
The corpse was switched right before I broke the infirmary window to open the lock.
So what? We looked through the window and saw Zilch there. Zilch wasn't actually dead at the time that we looked in. Then, in the moment that we left the window to go grab the, like, fire extinguisher to break the window open, Zilch got off the table and switched the body that was on the table with an actual other body, and then he, like, put his hat or whatever on it to make us think it was him, but it wasn't actually him. Which must mean that when we entered the car, Zilch was still alive and hiding in the room, and then he somehow left the room after we entered it and we didn't notice, even though it's super small. Like that, how would that even work? Unless, like, he ran out through the smoke and we couldn't see because it was still smoky because we were using the fire extinguisher. But if there were 5 bodies, he still would have had to die. So, like, somehow he still ended up getting set on fire afterwards. So maybe he was, like, the corpse all the way in the 5th car? Because that one was burned beyond recognition, theoretically. The only thing on it that made us think it was Aphex was the necklace. So I guess he could have stolen it from Aphex and put it on to make me think that was Aphex, even though it wasn't. Very strange. First case feels kind of unrealistic. I feel like a lot of these Danganronpa type cases end up being kind of like, you have to suspend disbelief at some point. Like, it usually more or less checks out, but there'll be 1 or 2 points where it's like, huh? Really? Pausing before the choices would help, rather than instantly, okay, I'll do that for the future ones. Can't help because I know the reason. Yeah, you just have to painfully listen to me think about what it might be and be like, oh my god, Leo, you are so horrendously wrong right now. I don't, why would you think that? I'm sorry. I'll try not to be so wrong on the future. I'm 2 wrong in a row. This is just, it's sad. Okay. Let's get to the next question.
The blazing fire had filled the room with smoke, so
right. Okay, so the smoke thing that I was saying was right.
Zilch used that smoke as cover to switch himself with a dead body.
That angle made him look like he was straight up 5 years old.
Fire wasn't only there to show he died from burning. It was also a smoke screen to swap out the corpse.
Right. In the smoke, he switched places with a corpse he had hit.
Okay.
Next up, you need to deduce where the corpse was hidden.
Most of them are good, but this one is kind of weird, yeah. That's good. At least the rest of them not. I mean, I'm still enjoying it. I'm just, it might also be because it's been a week, so I've kind of forgotten bits and pieces, I guess. Oh, listen to you think out loud, it makes it fun. True. I mean, all types of mystery stuff like that. That reminds me, I need to finish Escape Academy. Maybe next week or the week after. Alright. But I'm glad. I was being a little overdramatic with the... I'll try not to be dumb, but yes. I need to use my big brain. I'm from the future. I'm the scientist VTuber from the future. Come on. Put that brain to work, Leo. Come on. Brain overdrive. Where was the corpse hidden?
Filled with smoke. He needed to put the body somewhere he could access immediately.
Where are you thinking?
If he needed to get to the body as quickly as possible, only one place makes sense.
Ba-da-ba-da-ba.
What place is suspicious?
Where was the burnt, swapped out corpse hidden? Probably under the bed. I don't know where else it could go.
Better search every master doesn't make mistakes.
I love listening to others struggle with this because I solved it in like 15 minutes. Damn. You are the big brain one then, Kiwi. You solved it that fast. That's impressive. Alright, the only place it could be is in the bed.
Here.
Or under the bed.
That's it! The burnt corpse was hidden right there. Hey!
Pulling me out of the TV? Thank you.
Jeez, one after another.
We're not done yet. Hurry.
Shinigami, you might be fine because you're...
Yeah, I don't have stamina, man.
I can't believe it.
I don't do
Have
enough
the
cardio
corpse
for that.
Hidden under the blanket?
All my workouts are weight training. I mean, I take walks when I'm at work in the office as like a way to just get away from the computer, get some fresh air, but like, I should probably do more cardio than just walks on the days I go into work.
So, that four-eyed detective was... I'm so jealous!
P4 all over again? P4 meaning Persona 4? I actually haven't played Persona 4. The only Persona that I've played is Persona 5 Royale. I did, though, I bought Persona 4 Golden on the Steam sale because it was like 25 or 30% off or something. So I have it now. And I'm very interested in playing it because everybody says how good it is. And then there's the Persona 3 remake coming out too.
I'm gonna pretend I didn't hear that.
Alright, so he
Zilch
was
lying in
faking...
bed with the corpse. He got
Yeah,
up once
so
the
when I
smoke
ran
screen
away
was
to
ready.
get the thing, he got up, he switched the
He took
body.
the corpse out from under the blanket, pulled the knife out of the cushion, and stabbed it. That way, even after he switched with the corpse, he could just
Hope he had a
hide to
mask or
avoid
something.
me.
Where did Detective Four Eyes hide after that?
It must have been someplace with easy access.
Probably under the bed.
Which must mean... under the bed. He
Uh-huh.
could have quickly hid there.
Which means, if you checked under the bed at the time, you would have caught that four-eyed idiot.
Come on, Yuma, what were you thinking? Didn't even look under the bed. I get it, you were shocked. There was a dead body right there. I can't blame you. You should play Persona 4. It's a very good mystery. I've heard the same, yeah, and I love mystery. Like, mystery thriller is my favorite genre. Which I guess is kind of ironic because I've done my, like, annual anime awards for 5 years now. And I have never once given the actual award for anime of the year to the mystery. At best, it's been in the top 5 or the runner-up. Which is interesting. But story-wise... Oh, okay, no, but the story award for best story, I think I've given to the mystery thriller quite often. Like in 2022, I think I gave it to Summertime Rendering. In 2021, I think I gave it to Link Click. Or wait. Maybe I didn't. Did Link Click come out in the same time as... or in the same year as Odd Taxi? Because I think I gave Odd Taxi best story. And that's also a mystery thriller? Were they 3 years in a row? Now I'm blanking. I have to check this quick. I can't believe my anime knowledge is failing me. Annie List. Come on, Annie List. I need to make an account for myself on Annie List as Leo so I can share it in the Discord and everyone can see my ratings for everything. And rip me apart. Alright, Odd Taxi. I believe Odd Taxi was 2021. Yes, Odd Taxi was 2021. And Link Click was also 2021? It was, really. So I gave Odd Taxi the best story award over Link Click. That's interesting. I mean, they're both really good. That's tough. That is tough. Oh well. Well, that means since the rule in my award is that I try not to give the same thing the award again, that would theoretically mean that Link Click Season 2, assuming it's just as good or better than Season 1, would be up for the Best Story Award again this year. So we'll see. It's really hard to make a good mystery anime. Yeah, like, it's so hard to do a good mystery. Which is why I really appreciate the ones that just hit. Like, the ones where every episode I'm like, like that cliffhanger, how could you do that to me? That's what I loved about the first Link Click. Actually, Odd Taxi too. Every episode felt like it ended with a crazy cliffhanger. I would love to look through your Annie list. I'll have to put it together then, yeah. I mean, I have that spreadsheet I mentioned, but I love having the list. I'm almost done with my How Long to Beat one, which has all my games, but I have to do Annie list for the anime and manga too. I just finished the new season of Dr. Stone last night. I think that was like my number 372, 373, 374, right around there, for like how many I've completed. Big number, getting close to 400. I'll pass 400 this year because of how many 2023 shows I still want to watch. Oh, I forgot to press A to continue the conversation. Damn it.
I was in such a hurry to warn the other Matt. I'm sure he calculated all.
You knew I would panic.
Planning to
Yes.
take advantage of you from the very...
Yeah, I think Zilch. I was supposed to be sleeping in the. I passed out in the restroom, but that.
Speaking of which, wasn't it Detective Four Eyes who told you to go to the first car?
Yeah, he must have planned to make me witness everything and set me up as the culprit.
Interesting, Zilch. How could you?
Ah, I think I'm starting to see the
Dr.
whole
Stone has
picture
kind
now.
of lost me, really. I mean, I'm a little bummed to hear it because I love Dr. Stone. Like, actually, when I was watching the first season for the first time, I almost dropped it in the first like 3 to 4 episodes because I was like, this is not really my thing. But I stuck with it, and I ended up loving it. I think I gave season 1 and 2 both an 8.5. Season 3 I haven't rated yet. I have to think about it. It'll probably still be at least an 8 or 8.5. I just wish it wasn't split core. Like, this is clearly, they have a season 3 part 2 coming out in October, which is going to continue the same arc. It's like, you know, I wish it was just going through straight, because now I have to wait that 3-month gap.
Not bad, Master. Maybe you were a big
I like how
detective
it's a little
before
more
you lost your
serious
memories.
in season 3. Like, they're actively progressing the main plot instead of just like random side things. Like, there was that cliffhanger where it was like the oh shit moment in the middle of the season. I was like, oh, now it's getting real. Okay. But that's totally fair if you're not as into it. Obviously, to each their own.
No, if I really was a great detective, I would have caught the culprit in the infirmary before any of this happened.
I guess so. By the way, where did he get the corpse he was hiding in the blanket?
That corpse? Well,
Good question. This guy's back again. To me, feels like Food Wars sometimes, so it makes me kind of bored. At times, it's good, but maybe because I've gotten older and watched so many anime, I've kind of been bored with it. That's fair too. I feel the same about a lot of stuff. Like, when I was younger, like 18, 19, I would watch anything and everything that even remotely interested me. And I was team no drop, so I would finish everything I started, even if I wasn't liking it. But I think as I've gotten older, like, I'm 26 now. I've been watching anime for... I started in 2014, so coming up on 9 years now. Like, at this point, between having watched close to 400 anime, watching it for almost 10 years, being in my mid-20s instead of, like, late teens, I definitely have more of a refined taste, and I also have less free time. So I'm a lot less lenient. Like, if I'm not enjoying something, I'll just stop watching it. Like, it's like, well, if I have limited time, why spend all this time watching something I'm not enjoying? Like, it would be better spent watching something I do like. So I don't know if that means my average score, like my average score from the 370 whatever I've watched is, I think, a 7 or like a 7.1 or something like that, which isn't super high. Like, anything that I rate 8.5 and above is very good in my opinion. But I find, like, it's definitely harder for things to keep my attention now, or to justify continuing to watch. Like, it really needs to hook me or be fun. Like, it doesn't need to be a crazy story. Like, if I just have fun watching it, that's fine. Like Bocchi the Rock, right? Like, there's not really much of a story there. There is, but like, it's not the main thing. But it was so creative and so funny, and the characters were so entertaining that I still loved it. It's like, I definitely have more of a refined taste at this point for my favorites. Maybe I should continue. Yeah, I don't know if you started season 3. If you haven't, give it until like episode 4 or 5. Because I think that's around when, like, it turns more serious. I mean, it's still pretty lighthearted for the whole season, but like, there are aspects where stuff happens that I actually didn't expect to happen for Dr. Stone, and they're a little bit more serious each time it does happen. And I was like, oh, geez, like, where did that come from? Like, oh, the story is actually really picking up now with the whole, like, petrification mystery and all of that. So, I mean, if you had, like, 2 hours to watch the first half of this season, I'd probably recommend it, but obviously up to you. For me, it's like a decade of anime coming on to 1,000. Oh, man. That, oh, 1,000. That's a huge, huge milestone. 1,000, wow. It would take me like another decade to get to that at my current rate. I rate based on enjoyment, so for me a 7 is high. Yeah, that's fair. Like my rating is it's somewhere between, it's like a mix of my objective feelings on it and my enjoyment. Enjoyment is weighed heavier than objective stuff. Like if objectively I think a show is really well made, or like really influential, but I didn't personally enjoy watching it very much, my score will still be on the lower side, even though objectively I recognize the merits, just because I didn't really enjoy it. Conversely, if objectively you look at like the production and the characters and the story or whatever, and you're like, yeah, it's fine, it's like a 6, but I had a shit ton of fun watching it, I might give it like an 8, just because I had a ton of fun. Enjoyment is more important, for sure. But I do like analyzing things and like thinking about them. So the objective piece does slightly play into it. For me, a 7 is high though. Ooh. So what's your top 5, Kiwi? I'm curious what they would end up being. Like, have you given anything a 10 if a 7 is high? Like, out of my 370 whatever, I think I've given 5 or 6 things a 10. I know I have a distribution graph of like everything I've rated. I wonder if I actually have it that I could easily pull it up. This is such a big tangent. Which is fine. I like tangents. Do I have it easily accessible? Graph. Rating graphs. All right. Can I take a screenshot of this? And then save that. Put this here. Come into here. Open up OBS. Open image. Yes. Browse my files. Downloads. Where are you? This one. So this is my like distribution graph of my score. I rate things on a 0.5 scale. So it's like, I don't know why it says 20, 30, 35, 40, because I do it a 10-point scale with 0.5s. So I rate things like 10, 9.59, 8.58, 7.57, etc., etc. So my average, according to this, is a 70.7, which is like fine. Like, to me, 7 is good. I look at it as like 10, masterpiece, 9, amazing, 8, very good, 7, good, 6, decent, 5, 4, not very good, and then like 3 and below is like that. But this is my distribution, which is like, it probably looks a little skewed towards the front, which is interesting because I know the average is a 70.7. But I think it used to be lower and it's slowly been rising because since I don't force myself to finish things I'm not enjoying as much, now I'm only finishing things that I'm having a good time with for the most part. So I really don't, like, if I don't think it's at least a 6, I usually don't finish it at this point. Like, most things I finish now are going to be 7 or above, with occasional 6s. I'm surprised there's that many 8s, to be honest. I might have to, like, Every once in a while, I go through my whole list and I adjust the scores. Usually I lower things by like half a point or a point, just because, again, like over time, I kind of further refine my taste. I'm like, yeah, you know, when I was 19 and I watched the show, I thought it was an 8. But now at 26, having watched a lot of other stuff that I think is better, it's more like a 7. And then I'll lower the score. You get rid of that. I lost passion for it because Tsukasa isn't one of the mains. Tsukasa was my fave. I really like Tsukasa as well. I did like that war in Season 2 between Senku and Tsukasa. But yeah, I could see why Tsukasa not being a main character, if he's your favorite, would have an impact. I think Senku, Gen, and Kohaku are my 3 favorites. I like Chrome a lot as well, but those are my top 3. And they're all still very important, of course, so I'm still enjoying it, but I did like Tsukasa a lot. I'm sure he'll come back. I don't know why my mouth made that noise when I tried drinking my tea. It's just a matter of, like, Dr. Stone seems like one of those shows where the enemies, it's like the classic shonen thing, like the enemies are going to turn into friends and join the group. So I think at some point Tsukasa will be back, but that's why Chainsaw Man will be a 5 for me. I loved how pretty it was, but I didn't have a lot of fun with it. I feel you there. It's, Chainsaw Man was super hyped up, and, like, honestly, I haven't read the manga. I've been spoiled on a couple things that happen in the manga that haven't happened in the anime, but purely based on the first season of the anime. I thought production, great. Like, the visuals, between the art and the animation, the soundtrack, the voice acting, all of that was very, very good. The fact that it had like 12 different ending songs, that was awesome. And the thing is, like, story and characters, the most important piece for me, and I wasn't super into those, at least for like the first half of it. I think it was like the end of the hotel part, or the apartment build. I don't know if it was a hotel or an apartment building, but like the end of that is when I started to get a little bit more interested in what was going on. And I do like Makima and Aki. Like, I like their characters a lot, especially Makima. I think she's very interesting. Like, I'm very curious about how her role will change as the series goes on. But at least for the first half, I was like, on the story. And for the most, like, pretty much the whole season for the characters, I was also kind of except for Makima and Aki. Like, Denji as the protagonist, again, to each their own. Obviously, if you like Denji, that's fine. I thought Denji was the worst part of the series. Like, he was funny every once in a while, but I just, like, could not get into him as a character or as the protagonist for, like, 99% of the series. Like, wow, this whole show and motivation for your plight is just because you want to, like, touch boobs? Really? I mean, I get it. Like, he's like a mid to late teen. I don't know what. He's like 16 or 17 or something. So, like, of course, teenage boys, like, I get it. I was a teenage boy at one point, but, like, I was like, really? I don't know. I just wasn't really super into Denji. And I think that makes it hard to get super into the show when he's the character you follow all the time and he's like the main thing. I struggled connecting to the characters that weren't Aki, Makima, or Denji. Kobini was my least favorite. And then there was that senpai. Yeah, I liked the senpai as well. Himiko, I think her name was, or something. I just didn't count her in my list because, you know. You know, because you've watched the season. Yeah, I wasn't really into Kombini either. I thought the constant screaming was kind of annoying. I don't like characters who are really loud and scream a lot. AKA, like Zenitsu and Inosuke from Demon Slayer. Like, please, can you guys stop screaming all the time? Oh my god. Gonna blow out my eardrums just watching this show because you won't stop yelling. I cried to Tsukasa a lot. I usually go for the evil hero type a lot. Knew that would happen. It was sad to see him go. Yeah, when they showed like Tsukasa's backstory or whatever with like his little sister that he was trying to find and save, I think I got a little teary when they found the little sister. And then the fact that they used the little sister to go after Tsukasa, I was like, oh, man. Oh, I missed the top 5 message. 91 Days, Fruits Basket, Udapri, Given, and Natsume's Book of Friends. The only 2 of those I've seen is Fruits Basket and Given. I think I gave Fruits Basket... I gave the remake. I haven't seen the original, just like the reboot. I think I gave Season 1 and 8, Season 2 and 8.5, and Season 3 and 9. But the series as a whole is in my top 10 of all time. And I did give Fruits Basket final season my Anime of the Year award in my 2021 awards. That was a very, very good series. Given I liked as well. I think I gave that Best Romance in my awards the year that came out. I haven't seen the movie, though. I still haven't seen that. I've only seen the first season. Which is interesting because my favorite character in Given was the blonde guy, the bass player. What's his name? Like Haruki or something like that? And I think the movie is about him and the drummer, right? So I should probably get around to watching that because he was my favorite character in that series. 91 Days blew my mind as a kid. It's hard not to remain nostalgic for those kid ones. I try to avoid 0.5s because I'm decisive. That's actually the reason I do it, because I'm too decisive. So if I'm restricted to like 7 or 8, I'm like, like I don't think it's good enough to be an 8, but I think 7 is like not showing quite how much I liked it. So that's why I do the 0.5s. You could look at it as like 7 is like a light 7. 7.5 is like a strong 7. And then, yeah. So like 7 is a light 7 and 7.5 would be a strong 7. So I can kind of differentiate. I called her Kombini, but her name is Kobini. Right. Right. The fact that I kind of didn't even think about it when you said Kombini, I was like, oh yeah, that's her name. Like that shows how much I was invested in her, which is clearly not very much. She had like a funny line here or there, but like for the most part, I was like, whatever. I love Fruits Basket so much. I did too. I really loved like all of the different relationships. Like the fact that not only is there the main ship of like Toru and Kyo, but like all of the other side couples, that was super, super satisfying to see all of them get together. My favorite couple in the series actually is Yuki and Machi. Like I liked them more than Toru Kyo, which I don't know if that's like blasphemy. I feel like Toru Kyo is by far the most popular, but I loved Yuki Machi. I thought that was such like a perfect pair. Seeing them get closer, I was like, oh yes, like I'm like squealing like a little girl. Alright, I need to close these pages. Now that I'm done looking that up. True, that would be a spoiler. That's my bad. I mean, yeah, I know we've both seen it, but I guess if anybody else was watching, gomenasai for the spoiler there.
I won't let you go any further.
I found it funny, but I'm kind of numb to that stuff. Yeah, I definitely thought it was funnier when I was younger too, but well, I mean, I'm not saying that you're younger. I think we're pretty close in age, but like if I was like 18, I would have thought that was hilarious, like me IRL. But at 26, I'm like, yeah, you know, every once in a while it's kind of funny, but I'm like, like, yeah, I got number to it over the years of watching anime, but at the same time, depending how it's used, I'm like, really? Haru and Aki are the focus of the movie. Yeah, I need to get around to watching that. It's not even long, right? It's like 50 minutes.
Away again, huh? If you stand against my ruthless
Yuki is one of my faves. Aya is my fave Fruits Basket character. Yuki is one of mine too. He's in like my top... I think he's in my top 10 best guys. Not top 5, but definitely top 10. He's probably pretty close to top 5 though. Aya. I'm trying to remember Aya. Is he, is that Yuki's older brother? I thought he was really funny, if that was him. Aya for life.
I will not.
50 minutes of Aki and Haru greatness. Nice. Yeah, I'll definitely have to watch that then. Did they announce another movie or a sequel or something? I feel like they did. Or maybe it was that the manga is going to end soonish? I thought there was some given announcement. Reasoning deathmatch. Woo!
Master, I'm lending you a hand from here on out. I'll assist you when you're in a pinch.
Wow, thanks, Shinigami.
Assist?
It's the rule of the Mystery Labyrinth to assist whoever you're accompanying. Now let's go.
What a great helper.
You might not need assist after all, Master.
By using assist, your partner inside the labyrinth can help you. Mystery Phantom statement won't inflict damage, so use it to take a closer look at what they're saying. Okay. The corpses.
I won't let you pass.
Poochie was in 3. Its face is just barely recognizable. That's pretty clearly Poochie. I think it's going to be Aphex's corpse. I don't know what it's going to be, but I think the answer is going to be Aphex's corpse because it says, yeah. Okay, they even say it. They're showing it in the answers here, right? Like, the face is just barely recognizable, but it is recognizable then as Poochie, right? Zanji, the entire corpse or body is burnt to a crisp. Okay. And then Aphex is thought to be Aphex, has a stab wound in the chest. The face is burned beyond recognition. So I think it's probably meant to say that like this might not be Aphex. I don't know, but I think this is going to be the answer to whatever it is. Oops, I thought I was not in front of it. Get out of the way.
You think he swapped with a corpse? It'd be impossible to switch like that.
I've used this because I played super hard.
Would need to be the same size as him.
I can totally
He
imagine
didn't have a bag
if there's that
to
much
carry
noise.
corpse. It would have been down at the station. It'd be impossible to get it on board. There was no corpse to replace anyway.
Okay, that's a lie. No. Alright, they replaced it with Aphexes. That has to be it.
There's no need to bring an extra corpse for the swap. He just needed to reuse a dead body on the train. It's Aphex's body from the 5th car. He and Zilch are nearly the same height, and both have stab wounds in their chests. So the corpse that was switched was Aphex's.
Damn it! How could
Because I'm super big brain Leo. Even though I got, you know, we'll just conveniently forget about the ones I got wrong before this.
He looks obliterated.
That was a good laugh.
Now we don't have to fight anymore.
Even if that's true, don't let your guard.
All right.
Wow.
All right, climbing a big
Who would've
ladder.
thought that
Cool.
Short-tempered.
Thinking back, the reason the corpse was so badly burnt, that must be what the necklace was for.
Well, reusing a corpse is rather. I mean,
Totally
we
went
gotta
green.
recycle everything in our day and age, so you gotta get the most value out of corpse.
I feel like my presence is the biggest distraction. No. Totally cool, Kiwi. I enjoy chatting and having somebody to bounce off stuff about the game or whatever with. This happens more often than you would think when I do games. Like I did a Final Fantasy stream a couple weeks ago. I probably just had the game open and I was just chatting for like 2 hours straight because I was just so into whatever the back and forth I was having with chat was. So I appreciate that, you know, you're watching and chatting and hopefully enjoying seeing what I'm right and wrong about. Yeah, no worries, no worries.
Wait, I am not the culprit. I am a victim who was already killed. So, leave me alone!
Hey, he ran away! After him, Master!
Yeah.
You said the body in the first car's infirmary wasn't me, but Aphex? But you went to car 5 after car 1 and discovered his corpse there.
Yeah, well, it could have been your
How was
corpse.
the corpse transported from car 1 to car 5?
No, you left
It require
Aphex is
moving
there.
past you.
That's right, if he slipped past us. When did that happen?
When it was smoky and you ran out. Why you flashbang me again? Oh my god. I've been in anime for so long, I love talking about it with other anime fans. I'm exactly the same. Like, most of my friends IRL into anime too, but like, not to the same extent as me. Like, they've seen way less. I don't know if any of them have seen more than like 50 to 60. And I've seen like 370. So my only friends who have seen as many as me are all friends that I've made like online. So whenever I can find other people who like anime, I'm like, oh yes, you know, you've seen so many more shows that I've seen. We can chat about it or make more recommendations and stuff. Like, it's so nice to have that. Split in the road? Alright. Gonna have a question.
Where did he run off to?
Another mystery that needs to be solved.
When moving the body from car 1 to car 5... Oh, so they did move the body? I mean, they would have had to move through the train. Because you couldn't leave the train. So I'm gonna assume this one.
Thinking about it rationally, we have to
No, that's impossible. 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 Impossible!
That's a cool look. Hello, Master. Welcome to the stream.
Zilch turned into a mystery phantom!
It's going well so far. We got a little sidetracked, had a good conversation about some anime, but still slowly making progress through this dungeon. We're still on the first trial, so you haven't missed a whole lot of, like, this first dungeon. There's no one IRL I know that actually loves anime. I don't have friends. That's, like, most of my friends are ones that I've just retained from when I was in high school or college. Like, I think the only friends that I've made IRL after graduating from college are... There's, like, 2 guys from work that I met who are, like, close to my age, and we happened to realize that both of us like gaming and anime, so it was like, well, you're around my age, we work together, we like the same things. And then that kind of went. But it's like, aside from those 2 guys, and now both of them have left the company, so I don't talk to them anywhere near as much as I used to. Like, every once in a while I do, but when you don't see each other at work all the time, then that hurts. And then I made one friend. I went to an anime convention. I go to 1 or 2 every year, and it's kind of interesting, or like a meant-to-be thing when you think about it, but like, the only reason that he and I became friends is because we were in line for a panel, and he was in front of me in the line, and he just randomly struck up a conversation with me, because the panel was for Bang Dream, which is like a rhythm game. So clearly, if we're both in the line, we both like the game. So he just started talking like, oh, you know, who's your favorite character? Who's your favorite band? All that stuff. And we hit it off and kept in touch and hung out at the convention. And now every year at the convention, we try and meet up and hang out. And that was cool because I'm really shy and introverted. And I am not the type of person to go out of my way and start a conversation with a random person. If somebody starts talking to me first, I'll reciprocate and like engage to an extent, but I won't like start it. So it's just kind of interesting when you think about it, because I think the guy and I are very, very good friends at this point. But like, if we hadn't happened to get to the panel at like the same time and end up in line next to each other, like if I had gotten there 2 minutes later, there would have been a bunch of people in between us and we never would have talked. If he had just not decided to randomly talk to me, we never would have talked. Like, it's just such a coincidence of like perfect timing to happen to actually meet and become friends. Like, it just kind of blows my mind. Like, same thing with college. Like, our roommates were randomly assigned when we went in. Like, you're randomly assigned to a dorm, and then you're randomly assigned roommates in that dorm. So I had no way of choosing who I was going to end up rooming with. And it just so happened that I ended up rooming with guys who would become, like, some of my best friends. So I got very, very lucky in my college friends and those friends after college. But, yeah, I'm not the type of person to, like, go out of my way to talk to people or, like, try and make friends online. I need to be better. I've been saying like, oh, I should reach out to like other VTubers and, you know, try and make friends with other streamers that, you know, I can just chat with and, you know, hang out with on or off stream, and, you know, like, that would be cool. But again, like, I'm shy. Like, I don't really reach out to people very often. Like, if they reach out to me first, if they follow me first and maybe try chatting with me, like, then I'm a little more likely to be like, oh, that's cool. But like, I just feel intimidated, or like I'm gonna do something wrong if I try reaching out first. Which is why it's like, other people need to make the moves. I don't know. It's just a me-ism. I've always been a very shy and introverted person. I don't want to talk about the middle school and high school years because it'll bring down the mood, but anime was one of the only good thing of my teen years. That's totally fair. Totally fair. Would love to meet someone IRL who likes anime as much as I do. It is very nice. If you have, I think you said you were from, was it Germany, Kiwi? I think it might have been Germany. If I'm wrong, you can correct me. But do they have, I assume there must be anime conventions there too, right? Like, that might be a good place. Especially if you're open to cosplaying. Like, people will definitely compliment your cosplays, and then you might be able to find people who like that character or that show. I've never cosplayed. I would be interested in trying at some point. Like, I would be down to cosplay like Okabe from Steins Gate, because I'm a scientist VTuber from the future, man. I'm the perfect match for Okabe. He's like my favorite protagonist. But I've never done it. Actually, I'm pretty sure I saw some stuff on Twitter about a convention in Germany recently, like an anime one. Relatable. Shy introverts unite. I was shy all my life, so I can relate so much. My parents feel happy when I speak to someone that's not family. Yeah. My family is always like, if I mention I've like made new friends, they're like, oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. Yeah, I've definitely gotten better with the shyness over the years. Like, when I was a kid, like, I would be terrified of, like, speaking to new people and doing things. Now, as a young adult, I'm like, you know, between college and having to meet a bunch of people and now working full-time in an office where I'm interacting with a lot of people of a wide age range, like, I've gotten a little better at, like, having conversation and reciprocating and whatnot, but it's still very much that I don't start things. unless I have a specific question that I need to know or whatever, like, I just kind of let other people start. Better to let that stuff happen naturally than force it. If you force it, it doesn't feel good. I agree. And that's the thing, like, with the VTuber stuff, too. Like, oh, it'd be great to make other VTuber friends. Like, I think there's kind of, like, an unspoken thing or a subconscious thing with VTubers that if you just kind of reach out of nowhere, it kind of seems like you might be trying to leech off of people, or, like, it doesn't necessarily feel genuine, which also scares me off a bit, because it's like, I don't want to come off like that. That's not what I want it to be. It would just be like, if I could find people who like similar things as me, that would be awesome. But I know how it can look. When they introduced me to this rando that came over and she liked art too, they were super happy that I talked to them for more than just greetings. I could see that, yeah. Art is a great thing to bond over. I love art. I don't remember if I mentioned it in the previous streams, but like, I have a ton of portfolios just filled with prints and stuff that I've bought from conventions and artists' websites, and I've commissioned a bunch of art of like my favorite characters, and I've bought physical, like, one-of-a-kind art pieces from artists I like. Like, I have a very large art collection. Anime cons kind of scare me, and it's Impa Learning that's super far and pricey. That's fair too. I was very, very worried about the first convention or two I went to, because I was like, are people going to be friendly? Is it going to be super crowded? Like, is it going to smell? Because I know there's that reputation. Luckily, I was pleasantly surprised with all of them. Like, everybody was pretty normal. People were friendly. Like, artists were super stoked when you went to their tables and you were buying the prints and complimenting the art and talking about how much you liked characters. You know, there would be other people at the same table who were buying prints. They're like, oh, I love that character too. And then, or, you know, people are cosplaying and you compliment the cosplay or whatever, and they're super stoked because obviously they put time and effort into the cosplay, so people recognizing it is cool. Like, it's just nice, I think, to be surrounded by so many other people who like the same things that you like. It's a very, very good way, I think, to potentially meet people. Again, I still don't really go out of my way. All of those things I mentioned are people who I think may have made comments to me first, and again, I reciprocated, but like, it is a lot of people, and it can be very loud and whatnot, so I do understand it feeling kind of intimidating or scary. And if you have to travel and it's pricey, that plays into it too. Like, the ones I go to are all local to my region, so either I can drive for like half an hour and get there, or I can take a train. It's like a 4-hour train ride, but I have family who lives in the same city as the convention, so I can stay with them, and that helps because then I don't have to pay for like a hotel and stuff. So it's really the cost of like the train ticket and the convention. I have a convention in November I'll be going to. That'll be fun. I won't be streaming at all for like 5 days during that period, but I'll try and be active on like Twitter and Discord and stuff while I'm there. But it's 4 months away, so. My grandma's always called me a little princess. Me not wanting to speak to people makes me seem arrogant and mean, I guess. Yeah, I think it could come off like that, but I think anybody who knows you, especially nowadays where like people are more cognizant of the different types of personalities and types of people, hopefully they realize it's just like you're more introverted or shy or anxious about being social, because that's how I am. I think reaching out is an art for sure. You have to be careful not to reach out to someone too big or too small, like a Goldilocks thing for some reason. Yeah, right. Especially if you reach out to somebody who's really big, that can definitely seem like you're trying to like leech off of their audience, which obviously you don't want to do. I think I've reached out to maybe 1 or 2 in the past and didn't get responses, which is totally fine. You know, I'm not like owed a response or anything. That's not how people should look at it. But I did take a shot once or twice. Being autistic doesn't help with communicating. As a kid, I often got into trouble for being too blunt and honest. You're the weird kid when you're only interested in this one thing. Yeah, that would definitely make it harder too. Like, especially as a kid, because people might, again, like, they're not going to understand why you might be more blunt or honest. like, oh, why are they always so short in their responses? Why do they come off as like a little colder or like straightforward? Like, why don't yada yada yada? It's like, as you get older, I think people, again, like, they understand it better and it's not as big of a deal. But as a kid, it would be harder. I mean, when I was in like middle school and high school, I think one of the things that I was known for was being like that kid who really liked metalcore music, like all the screamo stuff. Because I always wore those band t-shirts and people would joke around like, oh, you going to your emo show, Leo? You're going to the emo show tonight? Like, okay. Ha ha ha. Super funny, right? Ha ha. Wow, yeah. So, meh. Again, like, if you compare that to when I was like 15 or 14, compared to when I was 18, like when I was 18, everybody was chill about it. Like, it wasn't really something that people joked about or made fun of anymore. But like when you're 14, like, it's interesting how fast people kind of get over it and mature, I guess. My biggest wish would be to meet a few friends that also like anime and go to a con. It would definitely be fun. Like the one that I go to in November, I have like 2 friends who will go to that with me. Unfortunately, that friend that I made at the convention, who I meet up with every year, he's not going to be around this year to go to it. And that's like the only time that we see each other is like, because we live in different states, so it's always like, oh, we meet up at this convention. But they won't be able to go, so now it's like, no! Do we not see each other this year? Do we find like a different way to meet up or different event that we could go to? I don't know. I will still have one friend who will go to it, but he only goes for one day. So it's like, yeah, we can go to it together on Friday, but then Saturday, Sunday, I'm on my own. I have no other friends who are going. Which is like, in one way it's good because I can do everything on my time. Like, if you have a friend who's going, they might want to do some things, you might want to do some things. It's like, you know, do we do everything together and then we have to split time between what we want to do? Or do we like separate and then meet up again? But if you're completely alone doing it, then you can, you know, do everything at your speed. Autism and ADHD is super looked down upon in Croatia. Even now, when I was a kid, they called it just a phase. Yeah, it's like, there's definitely a stigma around it, I think. Especially when you're younger. And depending on the country you're from. I'm a pretty straight to the point person. That's why my text and verbal replies are pretty short. I feel ya. I feel ya. I feel like you usually elaborate pretty well in the Discord, actually. Oh, that just reminded me I didn't respond to that message you sent about what your story was about that you came up with. I did read that, though. I was like, this seems like a good starting point for like a fantasy type series. So hopefully you're able to continue that, or writing it at some point. How's the stream going? It's going well. We've been getting very sidetracked, doing lots of chatting, but it's cool. Like, it's nice to have the heavier just chatting stuff as well. But it's been going well. Still making our way through this first mystery dungeon, and lots of chatting. And welcome to the stream, Stella. Welcome. I hope you're having a nice weekend. I don't really like DMs either. I respond short, and just talking like that is hard. I'm on and off with that. I was way better about it when I was younger. Now that I'm like in my mid-20s, again, it has to do with like the time. Like, I'm not a big texter. I'm not a big social media guy. Like, I will chat with people over DMs and stuff, but like, I don't respond as quickly or with as lengthy messages as I used to. And I don't really like voice chats either. Like, I'll get on it when I'm playing with my friends or something, but like, otherwise I don't really. Just like sporadic DMs is fine. Shorter things. I got held back a year as a kid, learned how to mask really early on in my life. I was never good at it, but I've been being myself in recent years. Hey, that is progress, no matter how long it takes, even if it's little by little. Just gradually being more comfortable with yourself and showing that to people. I think that's how I think it's a little easier to branch out or make friends if you're more confident in yourself and being yourself than if you're like having this mask on. Because then it's like, you're not really you, so to speak. I was kind of like that for a while. Again, like when I was in middle or high school, like I used to be. Anime is like one of my biggest hobbies, like one of my favorite things to do in life, right? Like, I watch a lot of it, I like talking about it, I make content about it, I collect figures and merch related to it. Like, it's a huge part of my life. But for a lot of my life, I wouldn't even mention that I liked it to people, because there's that weird stigma with anime, where it's like, oh, anime is weird. Like, you're weird if you like anime. So then I didn't want to mention it, because I'm like, oh, I don't want people to think I'm weird. But, you know, that was when I was like 18, 19, 20. And now at 26, I'm like, I have no problem saying I like anime. It's one of the first things that I will say I like. And if somebody has an issue with it, then all right, fine. We don't need to be friends or talk about it, because you're not mature enough to realize that it's just a hobby and a form of media that somebody likes. Like, it's no problem to like things. If I have no problem with people not liking anime, but it's one of the things where it's like, okay, well, don't, like, comment about other people liking it. Like, just because you don't like it doesn't mean it's weird. I don't like reality TV, but I don't rip on people for liking it. Lots of space and train tracks. I'd say the game is on the rails, but we'll have to see. It seems pretty on the rails, yeah. I do like this background, though. It looks cool. I'm super honest about my alien obsession. My mom hates aliens, so I was never allowed to love them as a kid. Aliens are cool. I don't really look into it super often, but I do think space is very interesting. And, like, I obviously believe in aliens. I don't think we're the only planet with life on it. That just doesn't make sense to me when the universe is as big as it is. Like, there has to be other life somewhere. So, like, I haven't gone super in-depth on it or anything, but I definitely believe in aliens, and I think the idea is interesting. Like, I like sci-fi stuff. You should be vocal about it. I agree. Anime became super expected. Oh my god, I don't know why I just completely misread it like that. Anime became super accepted in the Corona times. It did. It got a lot more popular in the last few years. Which is cool. Like, it's nice that more people are into it. The only downside, I think, is that there are people who like anime who are very, very vocal about certain aspects of it, which is like a little more cultural thing, like related to Japan. Like, I don't really want to even talk about it or get into it, especially on a stream. But it's like, if you know, like, you know, if you like anime, you probably know the types of things I'm talking about, that you frequently see people on like Twitter or TikTok or Reddit making comments about. It's like, it just gets annoying constantly seeing comments on those aspects of anime. It's like, get over yourself and get over it. It's a different culture than you're from. People aren't condoning certain things, but you just get used to it and accept it as a different culture. And also, it's fiction. Relax. There's no real people in this. It is a fictional story with fictional characters originating from a different country. Oh my god, a different country and culture than you're from. Chill. It's not that serious. Yeah, the Twitter crowd and Twitter Reddit, I think, get the most obnoxious about it, which is annoying because those are my two go-to social medias. So I don't really look at the comments a lot of the time. Some people like small talk more than others. If I want to do stuff, I sometimes forget to reply back or tell them I want to do something so we can close the conversation. I feel ya. I am not into small talk. I don't like it. It's just pointless. It's a waste of time. I would rather just get to the point. Like, when people message me for work, they're like, hey, Leo, how's it going? I'm like, okay, like, I appreciate that you're asking how it's going. I know that you're messaging me because you have a question or want me to do something. So I would rather that you just start with, hey, Leo, can you do this when you have a chance? That's fine. You don't have to go through the, hey, Leo, how's it going? Oh, it's going good. How about you? Oh, going pretty well, thanks. Like, so I was just you just wasted 3 messages there. But yeah, I'm not a big fan of small talk. I feel like that's just a waste of time. Like, I would rather get to the actual conversation. Don't reject aliens. I would never reject aliens. I definitely think they exist. I was actually reading when the stream started and hopped on here when I decided to munch on kettle corn. I love kettle corn. That is a very good snack choice, Stella. What were you reading? Another manhwa? I said a lot of people or to a lot of anime stuff most people see as a problem. I kind of get numb to it. I don't really care about most stuff. I'm the same way. I'm like, there's a lot of people who can't seem, in my opinion, to differentiate between fiction and reality. And I'm like, the fact that you are treating fiction as reality, I think is more problematic than whatever you seem to find problematic in the fiction. It's like you can't discern that they are not the same. The rules in fiction are not the same as the rules in real life. It's fiction. It can be anything you want or anything the author wants. Chill. If you don't like it, don't engage with it. It's as simple as that. You don't have to go in other people's spaces and rip on them or insult them or call them names for choosing to engage with it. They are probably better about recognizing that it's fiction and looking past it, or realizing that it's a story element and it's not reflective of real life. But people can't seem to understand that for whatever reason. Oh man, it is something.
Boom, kill him so hard, it's military.
Got a little accent out there out of nowhere. I still feel like I don't really have much of an accent, but it's totally possible I do, and I just don't really recognize it as much because, you know, it's like local to where I'm from. People want to inject our reality logic into anime, which is stupid. Completely agree, Stella. Completely agree. Reality does not equal fiction. That is what everybody needs to understand. I defend them as much as I can because I have a pretty similar petite body type to the two, but I can understand why people might find it uncomfortable. Uncomfortable fan service I'm in with. Yes, I completely agree with all of that, Stella. I remember there was a controversy recently on Twitter where there were like two cosplayers who were cosplaying as the girls, like the sisters from One Punch Man, Fubuki and Tatsumaki. Tatsumaki is an adult and she has a petite body, and everybody, like, there was this whole fiasco on Twitter because people were like, oh, you know, you can't cosplay as Tatsumaki with her body type, and like you're gross, like you're yada yada. I'm like, what are you talking about? It's an adult woman cosplaying as an adult anime character who has a petite body. What is wrong with you? It's just, whenever I see it, I roll my eyes, I get a little annoyed, and then I try not to engage with it. Like, I do agree though, I understand why people in anime could find it uncomfortable. I also find it a little uncomfortable in anime when it is fan service with somebody with those body types. Like, not with those body types, of actual, like, characters who fit into those categories, right? Like, I don't really personally like it. I find it a little bit uncomfortable, but I also understand that it's fiction and it's anime and it's not a huge deal. Like, people seem to get all up in the air over that, and then they just conveniently look past, like, the fact that the average anime takes place in school, right? And there's still fan service. So what does that mean about those characters? Oh, are you just going to conveniently ignore that? Because it's, now you're picking and choosing when it's a problem? Like, it's not a this or that, you know? But other people, you know, they have their morals and they want to, or their agenda, and they want to push it on you, and that's that. They have no room for discussion, or, you know, if you don't agree with them, you are the problem, evidently. I like getting straight to the point conversations. Agreed. I don't even notice 90% of it. I also agree with that. I binged a few yesterday. You do seem to like your binging, Stella. That's nice. It's nice that you're able to, like, find so many different ones that you enjoy binging. I've actually been binge catching up on some manga lately, too. I often get mistaken for a younger person, because... Yeah, and I mean, that's fine, right? Like, you're still... I think that's the other problem, is when these people are, like, making comments about those body types in anime and stuff, they don't realize that they're actual adult women who are petite or have body types like that. And you're, like, invalidating them by making comments like that. You're like, oh, So are you saying it's like wrong of people to be attracted to petite women? Like, is that what you're getting at? Because that's what you're making it sound like, and that's obviously not true. Everybody is valid and worthy of attraction if people find them attractive and are of age. Like, it's just people get all up in arms over dumb things, essentially, is what it boils down to. I just want to be the useless Duke's daughter. I can't say I've heard of that one. But just based on the name, it seems like it fits into the genres that you tend to enjoy, Stella. The Earth is quite colorful in the background. It is. It's like red and blue. I feel like they should be separated from actual real life. I can see how people would find it gross. I'm not into it. Riko isn't a loli, she's a child. Yeah, I agree. I think they don't mean the same thing. Like, but again, people can't seem to differentiate for some reason. Must be annoying to get that. Sounds like another VTuber called Gura. Oh yeah, Gura gets it a lot. There's a lot of like Rushia too was another one who it's like, well, again, they're clearly not what you're making them out to be, but you have your opinions and agenda and you're trying to push it. That's just a super common design theme. Like, it's not a big deal. It's not that deep. As someone who already has issues, it makes me feel super weird about my body, so I get heated. And that's totally justified, because you can relate to it a little bit more personally. People in an airport thought she was a lost child. Like, yeah, no, I'm in my 20s, man. I'm a college student. My college is next to a middle school, and I often get asked for my school ID to prove I'm actually, in fact, a student in my college. Jeez. What are you majoring in, Kiwi? I forget, you might have mentioned it in the previous stream, actually, but if you did, I think I may have forgotten. Or if you say it, I may remember it. I was a computer science major. I just passed my 4-year anniversary of my graduation a couple months ago. I was like, really? It's been 4 years since I graduated college? You kidding me?
A body can't get from car 1 to car 5.
Alright, what are the keys here? Blackout and shaking. I think this is going to be it. It was like moving, or he was moving the body when there was the blackout, because it would be easier to get by. It does seem like you guys have kind of similar tastes based on the things you've talked about before. Majoring in graphic design. Okay, yes, that sounds familiar, because I remember I made a comment after that about how I took a graphic design class in high school. Right. And we were talking about something else that you, like a different type of class that you had to take related to graphic design.
Just think about it. The train's halls are quite narrow. The corpse is heavy enough as it is. Lugging a corpse through the hallway, you would certainly have noticed.
Not if it was dark and the train was shaking.
Your deduction is all wrong.
Wrong. You're wrong.
Once more. You cannot transport the corpse from car 1 to car 5.
Wrong. You can.
That's true. Plus, when we investigated the private rooms, we kept it. If someone had passed through the...
They would have had to sneak past me, too.
If we're certain nobody used that, then the corpse must have been brought in from outside the train, not inside.
But you can't leave the train.
If so, the culprit would need to be able to pass by us without...
What are you mumbling about? Just admit that...
Yeah, it was. It was like some architecture related thing, I think, Kiwi.
Blackout, sorry.
If they did the train,
Did you potentially send a message that got blocked in the chat, Master? Because I only see the blackout sorry thing. Are the windows all locked shut? I think they were. So I don't think that's the thing that we need to go for.
The door's locked when the train is moving.
This is true. The doors do lock.
The train never stopped once. If the windows and doors are shut, there's no way to get out while the train is moving. No issues occur during the train's operation.
Here we go.
Even
What the hell? I was swinging the sword!
a body could not get in.
I pressed the wrong button. Oh my god, I pressed it too late because I pressed Y instead of X. I'm so used to PlayStation, like I'm not used to the Switch buttons because I play PlayStation most of the time, so I forget what's where.
Well,
If they didn't pass through the train,
Now I have to wait. Oh, fast forward.
was brought in from outside.
do or die.
The windows are all
No, I didn't want the
shut.
protection. I wanted fast forward.
The door's locked when the train is moving. We know the train never stopped once. If the windows and doors are shut, there's no way to get out while the train is moving. No issues occur during the train's operation.
Operation. Even if you could get out,
What? I swung at it!
not get in.
Are you kidding me?
If they didn't pass through the train,
Did I swing too late again?
from outside,
The windows are all locked shut.
the door's locked when the train is moving.
We know the train never stopped once.
If the windows and doors are shut, there's no way
To get out while the train is moving. No issues occur during the
Right here.
train's operation.
My god. Swung too late 2 times in a row. Even though I knew the answer.
No, there was something strange. The blackout and shaking that happened when I was in car 2 and car 4.
And we knew the backup system was on, so something had happened that killed the main power. Blackouts are a huge help to not get caught. You can do super many things in low light. Right, exactly. It's darker, it's harder to see, easier to move around. YouTube doesn't like crime and criminal. Interesting. Those seem like strange ones to block, but I don't know. I guess that's just YouTube auto mod. I like the villainous ones. Doing extra. Of course, all have elements of romance. It's nice to have a romance subplot. I like the chipmunk voice when you speed up. Yeah. Yeah, that was good.
When the blackout occurred and the shaking started, I'm certain something else happened in the train. Maybe it has something to do with the mystery of the moving corpse.
Don't be stupid. So what if there was...
Alright,
Get the shaking and the blackout.
take a look at these. Distorted plate. I think it's going to be this. It's going to be the fact that the backup control system was on, which means there was an issue with the main.
They were nothing but coincidences. The blackout was just a bad contact.
Why is this guy like JoJo posing?
The shaking was the tunnel air pressure. There's nothing odd about that. It's all just a coincidence.
Probably
It's
not.
impossible to include that in a criminal plot.
Come on.
No.
Forget the
Alright, so I
shaking and
missed the
blackout.
thing.
They were nothing but coincidences. The blackout was just a bad contact.
I'll slash through this mystery.
I'll smash through this mystery.
No, the blackout didn't occur
I
because
think
of
the
a
only
connection
villainous thing
failure.
I've seen is I watched My Next Life is Villainous. I've seen the first season. I didn't finish the second season. And then I watched part of I'm the Villainous Daughter. So I'm taking the final boss or something like that. I forget the actual name. I ended up dropping it because I liked the first arc. I wasn't as interested in the second arc. And then I think I saw something about the villain from the first arc comes back again. And I thought they were the worst part of the first arc, so I was like, I don't even want to deal with it. So then I ended up dropping it. There's another villainous show coming out in this fall. I think it's called I'm in Love with the Villainous. I heard that one is really good. Raylina Manhwa is good. I heard the Raylina one was good. That just had the anime like last season, right? In the spring. I don't know if it's worth watching, but I heard good things. Don't break through it, we'll have to put it back together. Well, we wouldn't want that. I mean, I like puzzles and I like Legos. I actually just got a Lego puzzle game on Steam. I was thinking about maybe doing it on stream. It would be like a chill one. Raylina Manhwa is good. Have you seen the anime too, or just read it? Because generally, I prefer anime if there is an option for the anime, but I will read the source material if the anime isn't very good, or if there isn't an anime.
It was due to the main control system fail. The blackout occurred during that 1 second when the
What is that? Is that the train?
Hey, he ran away.
Is there such a thing as a...
After him. You gotta...
You gotta boom kill the mystery phantom.
Hey!
Alright, let's keep this mystery going.
Master, you may know the cause of the blackout, but what does that...
The failed main control system was in Car 1. If so, then the main control system's failure must have...
So maybe the culprit... He must have attempted to stop the train to bring...
But the train never stopped, so I don't think he broke the...
Then why did the main control...
It must have something to do...
But you're unsure exactly how. Huh. In that case...
Wow,
Knew
thanks.
it! Mysteries anything blocking you in here is also a mystery. So let's solve it to keep
I would
on
pretty
going.
much only read the manga or manhwa if I find out there is one most of the time. That's fair too. I mean, generally speaking, the source material is as good as, if not better than, the anime. It's just for me, like, I like color, I like hearing the voice acting, and I really like the music piece of it. But I can see why people prefer the source material. Unless I saw the anime first, of course, and then pick it up after. Right. I saw the anime, it's a 1-to-1 adaptation, not the biggest fan. I don't like how the very expressive character turned into a very stone-faced politics monster. That seems like a strange decision, to change an expressive character into just a bland, stone-faced one? Why would they do that? That doesn't make any sense. Anime makes a whole cast look emotionless because of a lack of production. Oh, okay. Yeah, if it's just from, like, a poor production, like, either poor funding or just a poor choice in the design, I could see that. That's gotta be frustrating. Especially if you like the series. Manhwa has plenty of color in it. I've heard most manhwa is colored, right? Compared to manga, which is usually black and white.
So this is the question we're facing right now.
The main control system must have failed because something happened in the first car. If that's true, what exactly... If it's related to the body being moved, then how?
Master's expression is so serious. He must be thinking hard. Well, as his mentor, I better think hard too. The main control system failing, the blackout, the train shaking. Oh yeah! Why did the train shake like that? There was a blackout right before entering the tunnel. But the culprit didn't destroy it, so the blackout happened because... Oh, wasn't there some shaking right before... I don't get...
Come on, Shinigami.
Right. The train shook right before the blackout. We still don't know what caused that
I
to
like
happen.
this background track.
Whatever it was strong enough to make the
I got
entire
distracted. I was
train
checking my
shake.
fantasy matchup and my picture just got lit up. Ah! How could he do that to me?
It caused
It's
the
alright.
main control system
It's only
to
been 3
fail
innings. He can come
and
back.
resulted in a
I have faith. He's
blackout.
one of the best in the league.
If it had something to do with moving a body,
Ooh! Did I give you the assistance? Then it's time to combine. Let's go, Master!
So is this another one of the Shinigami puzzle thing? It is. Blackout and
Dry salt
shaking.
and lickety-split! Tick-tock, tick-tock.
I got worried something happened. No, nothing happened. No need to be worried, but I appreciate it. I was just like, oh yeah, one of my pictures started going at like 4 o'clock. That was 50 minutes ago. I wonder how they're doing. And then I forgot to mention it. The main control system was lost when car 1 was... Can I like speed it up so I can see all the letters? There we go. D-A-C-R... E-T... E-D... Something... 5 letters and then E-D. C-H-R-D-A... C-H-R-D-A-E-T.
Are you just ignoring me now? You only have 30 seconds left! Hurry up, Master!
Why can't I pause this to think about it?
That's not it!
Okay, then.
damn it!
I like the Bleach
Master,
manga
you
has a
may know
color
the
version.
cause
Oh,
of
it
the
does? I didn't know that.
Failed if so,
So, he must have
but so I don't...
then...
Why can't it just restart from the beginning of that? Why do I have to click through all this stuff?
I knew it! Anything blocking...
So it's something ED.
So this is the question we're facing right now.
5 letters and then ED. Unless ED is supposed to take up one of those spots and that's why they're together, in which case it's 6 letters and then ED. I assume that's how it works, actually. So the ED takes up one spot. It's going to be the last spot. So it's 6 letters and then ED is the last letter. The music was like club vibes, but a little creepy. Interesting combo. I would like much if this train wasn't so potty. I know the word, so tell me if you need help. I will let you know, Kiwi, yeah. I'll try it again one more time, and if I can't get it, then I may want a hint. If you need backseating, I'm here to help. The advantage of having somebody who has already played through the game. Woo! Got my personal helper. Yeah, I'll definitely let you know. I don't like having to fail too many times. I don't mind failing once or twice if I'm trying to figure something out, but any more than that and I start getting like, come on, and then I'll just look it up. So if I can't get it the second time, then I will definitely look for a hint. I don't even understand what's supposed to be done. Are we spelling, or is the barrel a hint? Are we picking a key? I don't really know what the picking a key thing is either. I kind of forget. But what we're trying to do is spell out the word that is empty right there to like finish the sentence. So the main control system was lost when car 1 was what? So we have to pick the correct letters in the correct order. I can give you the first letter if you want. Sure, I don't mind the first letter. I'll take the first letter, and then I can take it from there. First letter, something, 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 ED.
The main control system must have... If that's true...
If that's true, what exactly happened?
To the body being
if it's related... Alright, let me see if I can figure it out based on these. Master's expression
as
serious.
well as his mentor, the main control system. Oh yeah!
Why did the train shake? There was a blackout.
Entering the tunnel that was caused, but the culprit didn't destroy it, so... Oh, wasn't there some shaking right before the blackout? I don't get it.
That's right. The train shook right before the blackout. We still don't
know
what
what?
caused that to happen.
D like Derek. Okay, so it starts with D and it's gonna end with ED. So then there's 5 letters in between. D something ED. I have a feeling this is gonna play into that like thing that was knocked off one of the cars and burned. Like did the cars somehow get reordered while we were on the train? Like one of the cars switched places? Well, it couldn't be though, because it was still the first one, and then it was the dining hall, and then there was the 2 things, and then there was the other control system, so maybe not. Is she not wearing clothes inside the bear? She's wearing a swimsuit inside, a bikini. So I guess that would be a little enticing in a way.
Whatever it was,
it was strong enough to make the entire train
the
shake.
main control system to fail. If it had something to do with moving a body...
Ooh! Did I give you the assistance you needed? Close to solving the case now? Then it's time to combine our power. Let's go, Master! Lay it up!
No, but there's no way that they could have like reorganized the cars. That doesn't make sense. You're on a track and it's moving.
Try to solve it, lickety-split!
Alright, so it starts with D.
Great!
D something ED. So next up is going to have to be a vowel. So that's either A or E. Let's just go with E, and if it's not that, then I know it's A. Okay, E is right. So D-E something 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 ED. Dare. So we can assume that the 4th letter is also going to be a vowel. So this is probably going to be an A. So D-E something A something something ED. Deck.
Are you just gonna leave me here?
D-E-A. It's not going to be A. A is going to be here. Come on, speed up. E-E. So it's either C, D-E. Let's go T. T, T-A, D-E-T-A, something E. Detached. I don't understand how detached would work. I mean, it's a word, but like, I don't understand how a train would have been... Unless somehow detaching it let him get out of the car. But I think that's the only word I can make with these. R, detar. Yeah, no, it has to be detached. Off goes Shinigami. Hello. Oh, another nice pose. Thank you. And suddenly she's Cyclops. I would have liked if you could choose what sex the Shinigami is, because shape-shifting, and it would be nice to see a male version. It would be interesting if you could choose, like, you could do male protagonist and female Shinigami, or like female protagonist and male Shinigami or something. Just to give a little bit of choice. Of course, then they would have had to pay an extra 2 times amount of voice actors to record all the lines. I would have... Oh, I just... this is the confusing part. Yeah, I don't understand how the detached thing would happen. There was a love beam, hearts and all. Thank you, Shinigami. I will accept your love. I do find Shinigami rather attractive, if I'm being honest. Definitely my type. Well, I don't know if I really have a type, but if there is a type, Shinigami is in it. She doesn't have, like, red in her design, but she has the pinkish, which is close enough. I'm really failing to understand how this detach thing is going to work, though. So, Yuma, I need you to explain it to me like I'm 5.
Huh? Separated? What? Serious?
Yeah. The reason why the main control system the first car was cut off from the rest of the train we were riding.
I mean, that would make sense that it would detach.
Let's keep going.
Maybe it would make more sense if you looked at the solution keys. Did we get a new one? Like, that's the map of the cars, which I understand. If the first car detached, then it would make sense that it switches to the backup control. Or if the last car detached. No, it would have to be the first car because it's going in that direction. It was moving in the direction of the first car. So the first car would have had to detach. Plus, that was where Zilch was. And then the backup would come on in car 3. But I still don't understand how detaching it would let him move through the train. Wonder if it was an accident or on purpose. Like, could a bump have done it? I'm assuming it was on purpose. I think it was probably part of the murderer Zilch's plan. I'm still just not... Like, this is what I was saying also probably makes sense. The plate, like, only 5 was burned super excessively. It caused the identifying plate hung on the wall to be burnt and distorted, making it possible to tell what car number it was. Which is why I was like, somehow did like 1 and 5 switch places? I don't understand how it would be even remotely possible for that to happen. But that would cover up that it's not actually car 5 or something. But it doesn't make any sense. So I don't think that probably would have happened. I don't know. I guess we'll find out as we keep going.
Master.
Yeah, me
I
neither.
don't really get it.
Shinigami is my self-insert.
What do you mean the first car was cut off?
The shaking happened just before the blackout, right? Huh? Did it just shake? What was that? At that time, the first... As a result, the main controls...
But why cut off the
Of course, to move the body in the train...
Oh my god, is this gonna be another pick the
There it
word
is
thing?
again.
How much longer will this keep...
Now's not the time to be...
Again?
The body was transported along
need
with
to
the
resolve the
entire
mystery
car.
hand.
Given that the first car was
How would
cut
that
off,
happen? That
so
doesn't
the
make any
body could be
sense.
Right.
Seems like you got it. Play it off.
I mean, that obviously is gonna be car, is the word.
Let's work together as a team. That's right. Great.
Am I gonna get another new pose? Oh! Oh, that's a nice one. How? It's a one-way track. There was one part on the map where there was like a diversion. I remember there was like 2 different routes it could go through.
Corpse using the entire first car. That's why the first car was
That
disconnected.
doesn't make any sense.
Transported the corpse with the entire car? Nonsense.
Well, the fact that you stuttered reveals it was true, but still. That's rude. I didn't do anything to warrant that type of response, Mr. Zilch.
The first car is at the front of the train.
Uh-huh.
Afex's corpse was in the 5th car, even if you detach the front car. How do you move it?
Great question.
Don't be scared.
Calm down. How could you swap it? If I can answer that, I can. How did it
The only way you
happen?
could is if you somehow, like, reverse them. You would have had to change the direction of the train and attach it and then change the direction again, which still doesn't make any sense. That's quite the transformation. I still think his first outfit was better. Now he's a bird. Yeah, I like the first outfit more.
That reminds me. Master,
Now he's a furry.
earlier when you were talking about the shaking and mentioned the blackout only happened once, but the shaking happened twice.
Yeah, it definitely shook 2 separate. The first time was when the train
Yeah, right
car
before
was
entering the
disconnected.
tunnel and right before leaving
But
it.
what about the second?
It would have been when the train was reconnected. But I don't understand how... Otherwise, you would have ended up with the first, or the 5th and 1st car right next to each other.
Something happened to the train then, too.
There's no point thinking about it. You're stuck in the...
Master, here it comes! You gotta solve the mystery and
I don't like Zilch. I have a bird phobia, and he triggers it. I can absolutely see why that would trigger it then, given his design.
Your deductions aren't worth a damn thing.
It's like a phoenix kind of thing, I guess, with the eyes and the red.
Because they're all wrong.
They're definitely not all wrong, Zilch. Red herring, route map. Okay, route map is gonna be the answer, or maybe the plate.
Near the tunnel.
So it shook twice near the tunnel. That's accurate. So it's either the plate or the map. I'm gonna go with map. We'll see.
What of it? You mean the train car was separated, reconnected? Why would that even matter? Even if you managed to separate car 1, how could it be moved to the rear? The train was always running on the same tracks. There's no way to shuffle the train cars around.
That's true.
Can you, if I press X, can you not, like, the fact that you have to press it early enough to, like, let him go through his whole swing animation is annoying. Why can it not just instantly be like, okay, I clearly pressed X there because he started swinging, but oh, I didn't press it early enough. That's stupid.
For now.
Come on. Oh, it only counts if you press it early. I didn't realize this was a rhythm game. And I jumped a little.
How? Train cars around.
This is the truth.
You can press X when it's halfway through. I already told you. Yeah, I remembered you mentioning it.
No.
It was like,
At that time, not all the
I think
cars were
because I
moving on the
wasn't
same
in front of it too, so I had to move in front of it and then press the button, and I moved in front of it too late to also have enough time to press the button or something. Or do you not even need to be in front of it? Can you just swing as soon as you see it? Or do you have to be on the correct path? Like, because it goes to either the left or right. Like, do you have to be in front of it before you swing, or can you just swing as soon as you see it, regardless of where you are? Sugita is his VA in Japanese. That's his only redeeming feature. Oh yeah, Sugita's a good voice actor. Is there some inherent lag or something to the press, like a delay? I don't think so. There's just an animation that occurs.
The track that the Amaterasu Express was on separated, so by taking advantage of the double tracks,
You gotta be on the same lane.
it's
Okay.
possible to
I think I
switch
just
out the
switched too
train
late then.
cars.
It still doesn't make any sense to me that that would even feasibly work.
The first time the train shook was before entering the tunnel, which was caused by car 1 separating.
Right, and then if it's gonna come through, and it has to go where 5 is,
After that, the separated car 1 entered the other track, while the rest of the train proceeded on the main track. The two tracks rejoin after the tunnel. That's where car 1 connected.
yeah,
to
but then
the
you
end
don't
of the
have
train.
anything in the front. That doesn't make any sense.
This is when the train shook for this.
You're right!
Unless I'm getting stuck on the fact, like, maybe because I didn't go all the way to the front after that happened, so I didn't realize that the car had moved. But I must have, if he moved the body. Unless Zilch is still alive, like, I'm not understanding this at all.
Normally, it's impossible for a single train car to function. Controls, but all
If each train
You can slash it even super early. I'll just have to get used to it, I guess, being on the same lane early enough and slashing early.
Doesn't that solve everything?
It doesn't solve anything because it makes no sense.
What?
Using your method to rearrange the train, which would leave it behind the 5th car. Enough! So, you're
Oh, you're right.
Do you get it? You're the one who's wrong. Everything you've deduced is wrong!
I solved this because I tried to go back to the first car after it shook. Oh, yeah, then you would have actually seen that it wasn't there or something. That makes sense. Can you spot someone's type if you look at their top character list for different media? I would think you can. Like the type of, like, character they like, or the type of person they like? Maybe. I don't know if my top 5... I know I was showing it the other day. I don't know if it really has enough of a consistency to really say. Like, if I look at my top 25... I mean, definitely you could tell that I like the reds and pinks and stuff because they all have similar I can pull it up again for a second. I don't know why I still have this thing saved. This face of me with the mustache and sunglasses and stuff added on. I think this is something that Sebi had edited at some point. I never actually removed it from my OBS. It's just been marked as inactive. That's funny. I was wondering what the mystery image was. Now we know. Then if I go to here, and it's super big again. Like, this was my top 25 characters. I showed it on stream either Tuesday or Thursday, I forget which one. And it's ordered from 25 to 1, like number 25 in the top left, number 1 in the bottom right. So the bottom 2 rows are my top 10. Like, again, this is outdated. There's some characters who are not on the list anymore and some new ones who would be added. Like, I don't have Marine on here. I don't have your. Both of them, I believe, would get on it. Maybe some others I would need to revisit. But, like, you can definitely tell. Even just, like, if you look at the top 15, let's say, which is these ones. Like, there's a lot of reds, pinks, oranges, like that type of color scheme. for the characters. But like, I don't know, outside of that, is it super... I don't know how many of the characters you guys might know either. I guess the other thing I've kind of noticed is that I get a decent amount of like tsunderes. Not like super strong tsunderes, but mild tsundere. Like if you look at these top 15 again. So number 14, Ishtar, kind of tsundere. Number 12, Ran, tsundere. 11 is Arisa, tsundere. Number 8 is Nino, tsundere. Number 7, Aresh, not super, maybe like mild. Number 5, Kurisu, tsundere. Number 4, Rin, tsundere. Number 6, Takemoto. I don't know if I'd say she's really tsundere. I don't think so. But there's like a handful of tsunderes on here. I don't know if there's that much similarity with like overall personality type. I mean, the bottom, like the top 10, which is the bottom 2 rows, aside from maybe like Alice, which is number 10, like they're all very nice, they're all very friendly, they're all very caring. Well, maybe not Rin. Well, if you get close to her, she is. That's kind of why she's tsundere. But like Yui, Takemoto, Lisa, Asuna, Aresh, like they're all very nice and caring. I guess you could say the same for like Vine, Saya, Toru, Mash, Maho. Yeah, there's a decent amount on here that are like that. I don't know. I need to update it, and then I can send it in the Discord or something. My favorite character from Stampede is Nai. Oh, I just finished that a few days ago. That tells you my type. You know, you also said Tsukasa was one of your favorites. Maybe you like the villains. Well, you actually specifically said earlier in the stream, I think, that you like the evil villain type. Nai was a very good character. I really liked him. And, like, I liked his character role. The last episode was so good. I'm looking forward to the sequel. I don't know when it's coming out, but I know they announced it. Pablo Escobar. I should send my top 10 in Discord. Yeah, if you want to, you totally should. I would be interested in seeing. I know Master sent his. Or top 15. You should check out my list. It's in Discord. It's not in a particular order. It's whatever anime or game I thought of and named my favorite character from it. Oh, I think I saw yours as well, Stella. It was like a Google Doc or something, right? I did look through it. I think I didn't recognize most of the characters, though. Like, it's a bunch of series or games or anime that I haven't seen. But I did look through it, yes. I think, actually, was there, like, one that I might have known? Looking at it quickly. So I recognize the guy from Bleach, Grimjow. I haven't seen Bleach, but I recognize the name. Kyo from Fruits Basket. I know. I recognize the name of the guy from Durara. I recognize the name of the guy from Fairy Tail Gray. I think those are the only ones that I had known. Or at least recognized, I should say. Like some people have a bunch of big busty ladies as the character list, and then you can tell their body type. Yeah, that's true. If you have a bunch of that type, you might be into like the more busty, like MILF type thing. Mine is definitely not like that. I don't think anybody on this list could be described as that. I definitely, I guess you could say, have a preference when it comes to that aspect of a character, and it's the opposite of bigger and busty. None of these characters are even remotely like that. Maybe one of them. Yeah, I'm looking over I think 1 out of the... Okay, 2 out of the 25. Everybody else is much more, not. As people post the lists on Discord, we might actually be able to figure it out. Yeah, that would be funny. Like, an exercise in, psychology. My friends joke that if I like a certain character, it's gonna be a villain. They showed me like 3 Houses characters, and I apparently picked the bad guy. Yeah, what are the odds? Toru's busty, but not as busty as... Yeah, Lukoa as a whole, like, Lukoa, not my type. Definitely not. Toru is a little much in that sense for me, for my preference, but I really like her personality, and I like her, like, face and character design. And I like her voice. I wish there were more busty men in anime. I don't really know how a busty man would work. Unless I'm, like, misunderstanding it. Where do I post the top 10? You could post it in the Discord. There's the Waifus and Husbandos channel under the anime section. You could post it in there. That's where Stella and Master posted theirs. It's weird how in Fate, Rin is used for possession. So many versions of Rin. It's weird in Fate. It's like, how do I explain it? They kind of explain it in Fate Grand Order, which is the mobile game, which is where, like, Ereshkigal and Ishtar are from, and Space Ishtar, which are the ones who use Rin's body. It's not really that they're possessing Rin. The way that it works, like, the same thing happens with a few other ones, like Sakura from Fate. She has a few who look like her. Jaguar Warrior has somebody who looks like her. Like, the way that they explain it in the game is that for the servant to be summoned, it needs a physical form. I guess because of their power. I don't know what the exact thing. It's been a while since I've played that chapter, but I think it was like they use a person who shares similar personality traits or like thoughts or goals or something like that, and who has like the high magical density or whatever that could take having like merging with a servant or a spirit or something. So Rin, her personality or something, like it's not Rin's actual body, if that makes sense. Like the Babylonia chapter, which is where Ereshkigal and Ishtar are from, who use Rin's look, like, it takes place in like the year 2000 BC or something, or like 500 BC, long before Rin was alive. Like, it's an alternate place. So it's not like they are using Rin's actual body. Like, it's not her physical body that is being like transported across time and space and then being possessed by them. It's like using her body as a catalyst to summon the servant, which is why the servant kind of looks like her, or shares, like, they look, you know, like Ereshkigal has a different hair color, Ishtar has a different eye color. Oh, they both have different eye colors. Like, it's more that they're using them as a catalyst rather than it being her actual body. It's very hard to, like, again, it's been a while, so I could also be misremembering or explaining it wrong, but it isn't like her physical actual body. It's like a catalyst, and that's why it looks like her. All of the Rin characters are very popular. What big titty men are the best? Yeah, I realized after that you just mean like, you must mean like the muscular men with the bigger chests, right? Rather than, like that's what the big titty men means. Like wider, bigger chest. Muscular. Not poor Leo. I am definitely not that. Iruru is super bust. Yeah, she is. Probably on the same level as Lukoa. Fate timeline is very convoluted and confusing. It's like, basically you can consider the main Fate thing is Fate Stay Night, which is the Night, Unlimited Blade Works, and Heaven's Fuel routes. All of the other stuff, like, they take place in different, like, I don't want to say different realities or different timelines or whatever, but like they're all canon, but they all take place in their own thing. Like the events of Apocrypha, I don't think are taking place at the same time as like Stay Night or in the same world. They might reference events or something. I don't know exactly. I think people meme about it as being super like, you can just treat each Fate series as something like independent of all of the other ones. You don't have to look for like the connections and like there might be Easter eggs and nods and connections, but like they're not meant to be sequels and spin-offs and stuff. Like they're all their own things. Like everything that starts with Fate Grand Order is part of the same timeline or the same thing. Everything that everything that starts with Fate Stay Night is the same timeline. Fate Extra is the same time. Like they all have their own stories and timelines or whatever. They don't, like, there isn't these, like, distinct connections. It's like, if you're looking to get into Fate or start with Fate, I always say start with Fate, stay Unlimited Blade Works, and then watch Fate Heaven's Feel. And then I say start with Fate Zero, and then go to Fate Unlimited Blade Works, and then Fate Heaven's Feel. That's, like, the main Fate thing, like, the main timeline. Everything else you can just consider its own, like, distinct, separate thing that aren't connected to Fate Zero and Unlimited Blade Works. And can be watched, like, you could watch anything that has different names separately. Like, if you're brand new to Fate and you're interested, I just say start with Fate Zero. That's the easiest way to get into it. It explains a lot of the basics of the Fate lore and the Fate, like, summoning system, the Holy Grail War. It has a bunch of the iconic characters like Saber and Gilgamesh and Ryder or Iskander and all of them, like, yeah. It's not as hard to get into as people make it out to be. Everybody should just start, like, with Fate Zero. Or Fate Unlimited Blade Works. Like, that's it. Don't start with anything else. Sounds like the metaphysicality of perfect images. Every object has an ideal image that we use as real beings can't see. Maybe that's what they're using. I'm honestly not sure. I really don't remember the exact explanation or definition. Prisma Ilya is extremely different from everything else Fate Master. Like, that one is like... that is never the one that people would recommend starting with. Because Prisma Ilya, again, it's like an alternate thing, but it's also very, very fan service heavy with a lot of, like, lollies. Which is not what Fate Fate is not a fan service show. You can be like, well, Fate started as like I don't know how to pronounce it. Is it Irage? Irage? Like, I don't know. Whatever, like that's what the visual novel source was. But, like, Fate is not a fan service thing. It is a very, like, serious show or story. It might have a comedic moment here or there, but it is not meant to be fan service. The Ilya series is very fan service heavy and very, very much different from everything else Fate. I would definitely say if you want to start with Fate, start with Fate Zero. That's very, very much a more mature, darker story, which is more representative of what Fate is like as a whole. Crazy fights, dark story, very interesting characters. I think it's fair if you wanted to give up on Fate though, Kiwi. Obviously, it's to each their own. Everybody's into what they like. Fate is one of my favorite franchises. I've seen like all of the anime, other than Prisma Ilia, which I've started but I haven't finished. The Fate Grand Order mobile game is like my favorite mobile game. I think the story in that is incredible. I would say it's probably the best story I've experienced in media in general. But it's super hard to get into. Like, the Grand Order story in the game, if you were to play through it, like, all of the chapters that are currently released, it would probably take you like 150 hours to get through everything. Maybe more like 100. Between 100 and 150 hours of like pure visual novel. Like, it is a very, very good story. It takes a while to get going, which I know, like, I've said that for One Piece before. Like, I can't really get into One Piece or start it because it's so long. That's just one thing, or one of the reasons why, but it being so long is one of them. So I can see why people wouldn't want to start the game when you know it's a 100+ hour visual novel that is still releasing more chapters and content. Like, the new chapter that just came out in June, it's basically the best chapter. I haven't finished it yet. I've really been enjoying what I have played, but like, I've been doing it off stream. But it's like a 20 to 25 hour thing just for that one chapter. And that's like chapter like 18 in the main series, and it's 20 hours long by itself. Like, it is very long, but it's an incredible story. Eroge. Gotcha, Eroge. I'm watching JoJo's right now. I've heard a lot of good things about JoJo's. How are you liking it, Kiwi? I'm like, I've seen parts 1 and 2, which is just the first season. I haven't watched past that. I generally enjoyed, I was like iffy on part 1. I thought part 2 was pretty good. I really like Joseph. And the Italian guy, whose name I'm forgetting. I'm loving it. Nice. Glad to hear it. I need to get around to part 3. I hear part 3 is the best. Like, all my friends who have watched JoJo's, I think all of them like part 3 the most. It was the no-no word for YouTube. I think there's a lot of no-no words for YouTube. Some people watch Railgun spin-off before watching Index. I've heard that too. Yeah, I have both of them on my plan to watch. Like, I don't know. They're both on my watch list. I mean, I imagine Railgun is watchable even without watching Index, but you probably get more out of it if you have seen Index. If I had to guess. My friend was super confident I would love it. JoJo's my least favorite character. I'm a Dio lover. You know, given that you like Tsukasa and Knives, the fact that Dio is your favorite definitely does not surprise me, Kiwi. I think Dio is fun. I wasn't a big fan of Jonathan, the main character from part 1, but I loved Joseph in part 2. Dude is absolutely hilarious. Index is the main one, though. Yeah, yeah. So it's like, I'm sure it makes more sense to start with Index and then go to Railgun. Didn't they just announce a new season or something? Or there's rumors there's going to be another one? You already know me. Just need to remember, Kiwi likes villains.
No, I'm not wrong. I will prove it to you.
Oh my god, another barrel one?
Are you ready to play the Shinigami puzzle?
From the start, the Amaterasu Express was a blank car train. a 6-car train? Nope. Alright, 5-car. How is it not a 5 or a 6 car? I'm sorry, what? If car 1 was made to look like car 5, the total number of cars is... I don't know.
Twirling, twirling, twirling.
Well, it has to be more than 5, and it wasn't 5 or 6.
Only 30 seconds left, Master! That's from it!
Okay, it's not 7 either. Or 4? That doesn't make any sense! I've already seen this pose. I mean, 4 is my favorite number, so that's fine, but like... Oh.
Maybe the Amaterasu Express doesn't have 5 cars. What
I
if there
see.
were only 4 cars to begin with?
You started in... okay. I see. So we started in car 1. Then there was car 2, which is the dining hall. Then there was 3 and 4, which is the guest rooms. So what happened is there was always 4 cars. I think the door at number 4 was locked, right? And people were like, oh, you can't get into the next car. But there probably wasn't another car, and that's why it was locked. So it was 1 is the control, 2 is dining hall, 3 and 4 are the bedrooms. When car 1 disconnected when we went through, then 2, 3, and 4 kept going, and then 1 reattached at the end to look like number 5, but it's actually still car number 1. So that's how that worked. I don't watch JoJo's. I put it off for a really long time. It's really over the top. Like, it's funny. It's not, like, exactly my type of thing, but, like, it's entertaining enough. But yeah, JoJo seems very different from the usual types of stuff that you would watch or read, Stella, based on what I remember you talking about. I usually dislike the pure type of character. The fact that I love Iruma and Yuma is a big shocker to a lot of people. Yeah, Yuma doesn't seem exactly up your alley, but we'll see how it goes as I keep playing. Iruma, is that the blue hair guy from Welcome to Demon School, Iruma? I watched a few episodes of the anime and then I got distracted and I never went back. I've been meaning to. I've read some of the manga and I like it. No backseating, just help you think. If you never counted 6, started in 1, it detached in 3. By the time you got to 4, it had reattached as 5. Exactly. Okay, so I was right about how I was thinking about it there and explaining it. Gotcha.
If that's the case, then to me...
Huh?
And that's why
So
the,
there weren't 5 cars the whole time, but instead 4?
So that's why the plate was burned, because it would have said 1 on it. So he had to burn it so that we wouldn't realize it was car 1. We would have just assumed it was 5. I see. It's a cool mystery. The biggest problem of it is that the game doesn't let you go back to the other cars.
That's why Melanie said the 5th car's door was broken while
That was
we
a
were
big
in
giveaway
transit.
because I wanted to recheck the... Right, so like you went to car 2 and then you couldn't go to 1 because 1 wasn't there anymore.
But you can access the 5th car, the one at the end.
But can't they look through the window and see there wasn't
So
even a
it
5th car there?
wasn't broken.
I'm sure the real 5th car was left behind at the station when we departed.
Ah.
So the train took off with only 4 cars. There was another car 1 at our destination. If it connected upon arrival, then the train would have 5 cars again.
Yuma's too short to look through the window. Yeah. Yeah.
So
He is very
car
short.
one where I was knocked out became the fifth car at the end of the line. And when I was questioned by the Peacekeeper, was another car prepared at the station specifically for this plot.
The real car one was waiting at the station's platform, then all the peacekeepers there would have noticed it. So they were all in on it.
Or you can assume that the Peacekeepers themselves were the ones who prepared the other car one. If there was another car one, then there will be something that sets it apart from the original car one. For example, the way the window glass was broken in the infirmary will be different from how I broke it.
You mean when you used the fire extinguisher so they knew you would do that?
I think I was set up to reach for that fire extinguisher. The fire extinguisher was left in a conspicuous... And that's how they pulled off swapping the first and fifth cars while it was all a trap to set me up as the zilch.
All right, we're almost...
Games always come up with the most convoluted solutions to these mysteries to keep you on your toes and keep it unique. Yeah.
That was a pretty solid deduction.
It's a little over the top,
Very
to put it mildly.
impressive. Of me foreseeing your potential.
It's so strange. It doesn't feel like I'm learning this stuff, more like I'm remembering it. Maybe I was even a high-ranking detective in the WDO.
That would be something.
Now's no time for bragging. You still gotta catch him.
Right.
Ba-da-na-na-na-na. Big staircase.
Everything feels different here.
This is just the calm before the storm. Be careful.
Calm before
We
the
don't
storm.
know
So is
what's
this
gonna
gonna be like
happen
the big
next.
showdown? This is like the end of it? I mean, it's looking totally different. My favorite track. I like this guitar line.
You know, making the first car look like the fifth was a really big trick to pull off.
It was.
I'm surprised the
Wow,
train
that-
cars could disconnect
that
and
goes up
reconnect
far.
so smoothly.
The train's automatic operating system must have had it programmed before we departed.
Even the trick with the swapping train car?
Probably. It had to have been done automatically.
Well, it'd be easy for Amaterasu. They own the train.
That's what I'm worried about. Even if I obtain the truth here, won't they just ignore what I say and arrest me anyway?
I keep telling you not to worry about it. As long as you have the truth.
Must
the
be
culprit
something
can't
related to the mystery dungeon.
Why are you so
Like they can't
sure of
deny the
that?
truth if you solve the mystery or something. What was that? I see. It's just letting me jump right to the end. Thank you. Fast travel.
What is this?
Still can't believe his last name is Cocoa Head.
Looks like a fort to me. With this kind of protection, I bet the truth is in there for sure.
So the truth...
All right. You have to break into the fortress?
Can't. It's impossible to destroy this fortress.
No, I don't think I will. I need to progress in the game, my man.
Whenever a culprit takes a last stand like this, you know we're just a
His
step
bowl
away
cut
from
was a crime.
unveiling this
Yeah.
pattern.
Not doing him any favors. They could have at least given him like a Naegi haircut from Danganronpa or something. Like at least make it a little messier, spiky or something. The bowl cut and the height really make him look like he's 10 years old.
Master, time to show him how dangerous you really are.
I'm not worried about that right now. We gotta do this.
I mean, his voice sounds like a 16-year-old, but he looks like a 10-year-old. I assume that's what it is. Why admit your guiltiness if you don't have to? So I imagine it's like a rule thing about the mystery. Yeah. I would have to think so, yeah. Like, definitely has to be a rule related to it. I can't imagine my being with the spiky hair. It wouldn't fit. I agree. Like, I'm trying to picture it right now, and it just doesn't seem like it would work. Even like hair like mine, which is a little bit messier than his, I still can't picture that on him. It just doesn't seem like it would be right. The bowl cut fits him. I don't like bowl cuts, but it fits him. I like how you call him your bean. That's funny. Precious little bean. It's like I call Nijika from Ochi the Rock. She's my Dorito. Because of her hair. He's a coconut and so is his family, I guess. Yeah. With that hair, it checks out. Yuma's actually a K-pop idol? Really? No attraction, so he can only be my son. Totally valid. Totally valid. Why did she just become a Titan? About to dom me. God Shinigami? The precious little bean son. Kaiju battle? Yeah, it's like Final Fantasy all over again. Who needs the Final Fantasy kaiju battles of like Afreet versus Garuda if I can just be Shinigami? Tear through all obstacles with a mega-sized god. Great onset destroyer me. Alright.
Let's do this, Master!
Kick, tackle, jump.
Oh,
Blast away the gigantic iron balls with a kick.
Stop me! What?
Alright.
I won't let you have the
Boom.
truth.
I see.
You can jump over the walls with Y. After this, you only have one more mini game left. Ooh! We are so close.
Racket split.
Go away! Give up and scram!
I see. Easy peasy.
Jump over those.
Watch out.
Your deduction is wrong! Go away! Don't come near me! Don't come any closer! Stop it! Switching the first and fifth cards is just your imagination. It's a completely baseless lie.
I don't know about
There's
that.
no evidence they ever swapped.
The burned plate.
Check. Come on, hurry up and decide. Use the solution key to smash through the wall, Master.
Distorted plate, yep.
You're wrong.
Bam!
Come on.
No, there are traces of a swap. The reason that plate was burned so left as it was, that's why you made extra sure it would.
Right go.
I feel like the way she runs is kind of funny.
That's nonsense. I burned the plate to disguise it? No, I didn't do that. Stop it. Stop! Go away! Get away from me! Get away! Get away! It just happened to be easily burned. But with it burned, you have no way of knowing what number car it was.
We're almost there. Gotta love Scythes, they always look
So there's
badass. Yeah,
nothing
Scythes are
backing
really
up your
cool.
deduction.
I think the Bloodborne
You have
character
no
uses
hard
one, right?
evidence proving that location was the first car.
No hard evidence proving it was the
Looks
first
like
car.
we need another solution key to boom kill him. Good luck, Master.
The bloodstains?
There is proof. The culprit probably didn't notice, but I remember. It's my blood. When I was trying to get into the infirmary in
Oh, and that's where it
my-
came
When I
from.
reached through to unlock the latch, but that bloodstain would have been hidden while the interlock was. That's probably why the culprit missed it. My blood, which was left behind in car 1. This proves that someone pulled off the car switching trick. This is the truth of the case.
Very dramatic. Oh, he's still up. He's not ready to admit defeat yet.
I'm not done!
What? He's still going?
If car 1 became car 5, you had to have checked the 5th car. But the culprit wasn't there.
Final minigame. I like to think this is all in his head, and in reality, he's just imagining this as he's regularly questing. That would be, people in real life would be like, what is going on? Inside the room. I mean, if you could get inside the main control room, that would be the best option. Because I could have gone into the restroom and caught him. I could have gone into the infirmary and caught him. I don't think the door makes sense. I mean, you can't get out. The connecting door probably doesn't make sense. It has to be the control room.
Here.
So Zilch didn't actually die. He was alive the whole time.
The culprit was hiding inside the main control room. I didn't have the key, so I bet the culprit moved there from the infirmary while If the train's management company, Amaterasu Corporation, was involved, the culprit may have had the key.
This is a more dramatic and fantastical Ace Attorney, but you're a detective solving problems. Yeah, I actually have Ace Attorney as well, and I still haven't played it. It is also very high on my wish list to play. There's also that, like, Ghost Trick Phantom Detective one that came out recently. That looks pretty good. I think it was by the Ace Attorney creator before they did Ace Attorney, and then it got remade or remastered. That interests me.
And then they hid in a blind spot I couldn't see from the window. That's how they got past me.
You also have a hot lady following you around. In this game we do. Shinigami, very hot. Or do you mean in one of those other games? Ace Attorney? Or Ghost Trick Phantom Detective? Ghost Trick has that girl in like the red jacket. I don't really know anything about her, but I know she's... Or wait, no, the guy is in a red jacket. Is the girl in the red jacket too? The blonde girl? That's Alexander? Alexander? Who you're fighting? I'm not sure who Alexander is, Stella.
I'm not.
Oh, Alexander Zilch. Yes, that was his name, right? Oh, Zilch Alexander. That was his name. Yes, that's the guy we're fighting, Stella. He's the one who did the murders. Yeah, exactly. That's the name, right. It took me a second to put it together there. I was like, who? Oh, right. Yes. Because they all had, like, one normal name and then one interesting, like, strange name. That would be another good game to see you stream. Ace Attorney is one of my favorite games to see people stream, but not to play. More interested in seeing how they solve and deduct. That could be interesting, yeah. Get, like, an insight into the problem-solving portion of their mind, how they approach the problem and stuff. It's just the thing with Ace Attorney is it's another really long game, right? I assume each one is, like, 20 hours. It's always hard to budget time for the long ones. I see now, like, I didn't really get it until I started streaming, but I see why streamers tend to prefer stuff like, that you can just complete in one stream. Like, because it's so easy for anybody to jump in and be like, oh yeah, you know, or stuff that you can just return to over and over, but it's not really an ongoing thing, like a rhythm game. If you compare it to like a long-running thing like Final Fantasy or Master Detective or some other visual novel or RPG like Ryza, which I started, like those are harder because, you know, if I stream it and it's number 5, you know, because I always put the number on the thumbnail so people know what number in the series it is. Like, if you see somebody streaming a game and it's number 5, and you either A, don't just like the streamer in general, or B, haven't been watching all of the previous ones, then it's like, do you really want to jump in at number 5 of some RPG or long-running game? Like, they're not going to have any idea what's going on. And the streamer's probably not going to want to, like, summarize 4 streams worth of stories, if they even remember. So I can see now why it's just easier and makes more sense to stream shorter games that you can do in, like, 1, maybe 2 streams. I saw recently Kiara from Hololive. She really likes JRPGs, which tend to be longer. And she has said, I believe on like multiple times, that in those like longer streams where it's like 8, 10, 12, whatever, like streams, those are her worst performing ones. Because people are just less interested in showing up to stream 5, stream 8, stream 10 of some long JRPG, because they have no idea what's happening. So in that point, it's like either you already like the game and you just want to see them play it, or you like the streamer and you don't really care what they're playing or what they're doing, just because you like watching them, which is totally cool. But yeah, it makes it hard to do the long ones. I've definitely noticed in my own, the longer ongoing stuff tend to not do as well as the short, like, do it in one stream stuff, which I understand, because I feel the same. Like, I probably wouldn't want to jump into stream number 5 of something if I hadn't already played the game, or if I just don't really know the streamer. I feel like I'd be bad with Ace Attorney. I'm not sure. I imagine it's pretty similar to Danganronpa with, like, investigation and then trial. I really don't know, though. I'm straight, so I'm not into women that way, but I do agree it's a pretty good character design. Same way I feel with the guys. Like, I can acknowledge, like, oh, this is a good design, or, like, objectively they're attractive, but, like, I don't really have the attraction personally. But I can still acknowledge, like, oh, yeah, like, that's a cool designer, that's a good-looking guy. I just don't find myself personally attracted to them. I've seen streams do it in less than 6. It shouldn't be that long. At least each individual game collectively, all the games might be 20 hours. Oh, you mean you've seen people finish like the entire first Ace Attorney game in under 6 hours? Or under 6 streams? I thought each one was like 20 hours. I'm gonna check on how long to beat. So now I'm curious. Ace Attorney. Yeah, I mean, on how long to beat, each of the Ace Attorney games shows up as like 18 to 22 hours. It says the Ace Attorney trilogy, which is the one I have, would be 66 hours, which is the first 3 games combined. So yeah, if they're each about 20 hours, that makes sense. Maybe it was like a specific case that you could finish in one stream in under 6 hours. But definitely not the whole game, it seems. But yeah, if you split it up into like each case is its own stream, that probably works. Assuming there's like 5 or 6 cases per, then you could do like 3 to 4 hours for each stream. I struggle with liking the streamer. Finding a Raincode playthrough stream I like is super hard. Well, then I definitely appreciate you tuning into these two, Kiwi. The first one and this one. Any time spent watching the stream is super cool. I say it all the time, like, I know how competitive streaming is and how hard it is to get people to stay, so whether it's for 5 minutes or 5 hours, 5 minutes, 50 minutes, or 5 hours, like, it's all very, very appreciated. But yeah, I have a few streamers that it's like, I really like them overall, so I'll watch pretty much anything they do. Like, Rita from Prism, Bettel from Hollow Stars, Fauna from Hololive. Like, I really like all of them, so even if they're playing a longer game that I don't really know, I'd probably still put them on and listen to it. But like, if it's not one of my top favorites, I probably then am paying more attention to what they're doing as well. Like, I'd like to be interested in the game or the topic, because they're not like one of my blanket top favorites, if that makes sense. I'm kind of surprised Raincoat hasn't getting more like streams and attention though. Danganronpa is super popular. Like, you would have thought that that would have helped carry over more people, but I don't know. Sally Face is a pretty good game. I don't think I've heard of that one. Is that like another visual novel? Those Hololive girls like to stream for more than 4 hours, especially the dog one. And oh yeah, Corone. She's done some 24-hour streams, I think. I only know because my brothers watch Hololive more than anything. Hololive is great all around. I mean, especially if you're into the idol stuff, because they lean into it more than any of the other agencies. Rooster Teeth Games did the whole series in 9 streams, each 3 hours or so, I think. So altogether 26. Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'd have to double check. I would assume, based on those numbers, that it was 1. Unless it was like a speed run and they knew the answers to everything. I don't know. I was just basing it on how long to beat, at least. I don't know how accurate that tends to be. Ace Attorney is great because each case is pretty disconnected and you really only have to know the characters to understand what's going on. That makes sense, yeah. So I can see how like splitting streams up into like 1 case at a time, or maybe 1 to 2, depending how short they are, or how long they are. Like, that could definitely work. Sally Face is an indie mystery horror game. Let's see, is it on Steam? Sally Face. Sally. Well, that was a surprising image when I opened the screen. Delve into a dark adventure following the boy with a prosthetic face and a tragic past. Uncover the sinister mysteries of Sally's world to find the truth that lies hidden beneath the shadows. Wow, overwhelmingly positive reviews from almost 15,000. I will add that to my wish list as well. Thank you for the recommendation, Stella. It seems interesting. RT Games is not Rooster Teeth, but How Long to Beat is usually accurate with stuff like visual novels. Everyone has their own reading pace, which can skew it. That makes sense. I tend to read really fast. I would obviously be reading slower on stream because I would probably be reading a lot of it out loud. And also I'm checking chat, which makes it take longer. But yeah, if I'm playing things on my own, I read really fast.
Great detective work! I call that a critical hit! He seems like he's all that's left just to finish him off!
What is RT Games then? Is it like a separate division of Rooster Teeth, or is it something totally different?
Finish him off? How do I do that?
Shove all your evidence into the solution blade and slash!
Cutscene or final minigame? Ah, okay, I have to like order the events or something. Oh, classic. This is just like at the end of Danganronpa stuff.
Time to expose this crime.
No problem, I'm sure you'll enjoy it, and the game's art style is nice for the genre of game. Yeah, that was like the first thing I noticed when I opened it, is the art style looked cool. Just a guy's YouTube channel, and he happened to name it RT Games, which just so happened to be the short form of Rooster Teeth. I'm not even sure if it means anything. I think he just picked it. Could be his initials, maybe. I'm not sure, but yeah, interesting coincidence there. Super easy. Nice. I like easy things. Pick the correct piece. Yeah, okay, this is just like Danganronpa, where you're putting together the overall, like, who committed the murder, how did they do it, how did they hide the evidence, yada yada. Alright, here we go. Where did Yuma rush to? The train. No, I didn't... I thought it would let me, like... I didn't realize I had to pick it first. Okay. Yuma rushed to the train. Alright. Okay, so it starts here. He looked at the clock, he ran out, he went to the train. Ran to the train, barely got in. Met everybody. What was used to put the detectives to sleep? Coffee. I don't have coffee unlocked. Alright, I have to go somewhere else. What was used to break the window? Fire extinguisher. What was used as the red herring? The knife in the pillow. Have I unlocked coffee yet? Yeah. Alright, so I can go back. I can put the knockout drug here. Time to pull a blank with the blank in the blank clue style. Yeah. Yep. Alright, so everybody drank the coffee. He's like, ha ha ha. Drags people around. Locks them in here. Does that. Sets up the body. I run out. I see Zilch, but he's not actually dead. Where was the culprit hiding? Under the bed. Comes here. What was the culprit doing in the main control room? Detaching the train. So the train gets detached. What happened when it was detached? The blackout. So blacked out. All the bodies are found. He brings that body there. The culprit burns the car number plate, so I don't realize that it's that car. He goes into the control room to hide. After exiting the tunnel, the car gets attached again. I run around. I see the final corpse. Aphex's body is found last. Another car is attached. I get attacked. And who is the culprit? Zilch. Boom. Hope we get to keep our little collage here. I don't know. Maybe in like the glossary or something. My friend distracted me from the stream with Bluey. What's Bluey Kiwi? I feel like I've heard that before. Bluey? Bluey.
Step right up, step right up! 5 master detectives slain before their time, and Amaterasu Corporation has master in their sights. Truth bombs are about to be dropped. Time for the deduction denouement.
You don't know Bluey. It, like, the name sounds kind of familiar, but I can't think of what it is.
Incident
No.
unfolded aboard the Amaterasu Express.
I just looked it up and it
was
looks like
on
a
its way to
Disney
Hollywood.
cartoon. Which I don't think I know the cartoon unless there's something else.
I rushed onto the train as it was about to depart. At that time, the train was made up of 5 cars.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, because he went fast asleep in the lost and found master. If he kept snoozing, the case would never be solved.
That's true.
When the train started moving, it was only 4 cars long. The 5th and final one was left at the station.
It's a kids' educational show, cartoon for toddlers that I adore. I guess that explains why I don't know it. I have not kept up with anything related to kids' television probably since I was like out of elementary school. The only one that I know of is Peppa Pig. Because I used to work retail, and there was always a bunch of toys for that. So I was very familiar with, well, not very familiar, but I know about Peppa Pig. That's pretty much it. Oh wait, Paw Patrol. I know about Paw Patrol too. That was really popular with kids for like toys. Every time I was in the toy section, we always sold a lot of Paw Patrol stuff. Never seen it myself, I just know the name and that it's a kids' educational show. That's more than I knew, at least. You, educated me.
And so, the culprit scheme had already begun. Meaning Amaterasu Corporation was involved from the get-go.
Mm-hmm.
On the train, the master detectives were gathered together in car 2. That was the dining car. And the culprit had already mixed a knockout drug into every drink there.
I thought the culprit was the first person on the train, so they could prepare in advance and wait for everybody else.
I felt unwell, and Melanie went to the trouble of pouring me a coffee.
Thanks, Melanie.
But after drinking it, I started to feel drowsy.
Louis is super mature for a toddler show. It's kind of like, it reminds me like SpongeBob. Like when you're a kid, you think it's funny, but like there's a bunch of more adult jokes in there that kids totally would not get. But as an adult, when you watch it, you're like, huh, that's an interesting implication. Like I just saw actually a clip from the Pokemon anime, like the dub, where James was gonna make a comment about Jesse's bitching, but he like changed the lyric. And as an adult, you realize he was gonna say like, maybe Jessie will stop her bitching. But as a kid, you don't realize that's what he was gonna say. Like you just hear what he actually says. But as an adult, it's very obvious that he was gonna say that Jessie was bitching, and had to change it on the fly. But yeah, like SpongeBob, like the fact that they call the actual town they live in Bikini Bottom, like, okay. I work retail, and Paw Patrol is the new Winnie the Pooh and stuff. Crazy big. Yeah, Paw Patrol was all over the place when I was in retail. There's talks of a bunch of mature topics like miscarriage and inability to have kids. Wow. Yeah, I would not expect that in a kid's show. So they're like framing it in a way that's like possible for kids to understand, I guess. That's sprinkled in there because the parents watch it along with the kids because you have to keep an eye on the little ones. Yeah, that makes sense too. Make it a little bit more enjoyable for the parents.
I was hearing
Or like,
things at the time
not
that
necessarily
felt like
enjoyable,
I
but
might be
tolerable.
seriously ill, but it was actually the drug.
Since that yours truly was responsible, sticks and stones won't do much to a good cause, but slander stings.
Bikini Bottom is a real place where they tested nuclear bombs. It's named after the... Wow, I had no idea, Master. Bikini Bottom Atoll. Huh. I've never heard of that. That's cool. Or interesting.
The culprit sent me off to car 1 in order to frame me as the killer.
I'm sure the culprit didn't expect you to get sick, Master, but since you look like a super easy target, they probably changed their plan and went after you instead.
Once I'd left, the other master detectives must have fallen asleep because of the drugged drinks.
The culprit then burned everyone to death, setting all those master detectives on fire on purpose. What a psycho!
This was when the culprit put their plan to frame me into motion. First, they carried Aphex's charred corpse to the infirmary in car 1.
Mm-hmm.
The very first body we found.
Then, they deliberately left a fire extinguisher near the restroom I was sleeping in. This was done to prompt me into smashing the door later.
Gotta have someone get inside somehow, or else nobody would find the body.
Next, the culprit entered the infirmary, locked the door, and laid down on the bed with Aphex's charred corpse.
Gross.
Jumping into bed with a charred corpse. And here I thought chivalry was dead. What a gentleman. I'm actually a little jealous.
A knife and cushion created the red herring.
Hell of a way to pretend to be dead.
Furthermore, the culprit set the room on fire just as I was waking up.
While you were sleeping, I felt someone come into the restroom. They must have seen Ben and timed it.
When I woke up in the restroom and went into the hallway, car 1 was beginning to fill with smoke.
Oh, that's some precise timing!
It's gonna take quite a while to go through this whole thing. And you can't like skip or fast forward at all.
Infirmary, with a knife lodged in his chest.
But it didn't take long for the smoke to obscure everything.
That was when the culprit took out Apex's burnt corpse, switched places with it.
That's what I hated. Yeah, like, isn't the book enough? But they're like adding a bunch of stuff to that. Like I understand at this point because I went through the book. I don't have to go through this whole. I mean, it's nice to see it. I know Danganronpa did the exact same thing. You fill out the pages and then they go through it and they're like, oh, this is what happened, yada yada. But it was a lot faster in Danganronpa, I thought. This is going like literally second by second.
Under a veil of smoke.
Meanwhile, I found the fire extinguisher on the floor. I smashed the window, unlocked the room, and went inside.
Also, I feel like the voices are really quiet compared to the audio.
Just like the culprit planned. And that's why they left the fire extinguisher there in the first place.
After the smoke cleared, I found Zilch's body burnt to a crisp. At least, that's what I thought. The charred corpse was actually Aphex.
Fine to go through it for those who may not have had the full picture, but at least have a skip button for gosh sakes. Yeah. Like you can't like skip ahead in the text either. Like you have to let them voice act the whole thing out. All right. I need to go to the little Leo's room, so I'm gonna be back in a couple minutes, where we can finish seeing the whole picture of what happened here. But until then, hopefully stay tight. But you know, I understand if you got a dip. Either way, I'll be back in a couple minutes. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that. I confirmed it's called Bikini Atoll, and the city is called Bikini Bottom because it's at the bottom of Bikini Atoll. Oh, okay. So they knew exactly what they were. Gotcha. Still tested nuclear bombs there in the water to see how well it could be used against naval ships. Didn't really pan out for that use, but it's messed up now and the ecosystem still hasn't recovered. I think most things aren't going to recover from nuclear stuff. Very unfortunate.
The culprit had me completely fooled.
That must be why they picked a time-consuming method of roasting someone to death. Plus, the body was about the right size.
Alright, keep going through this
Bolted out of car
summary of the events.
The culprit was under the bed at that time, huh? They probably laughed at you from there, watching everything unfold like they planned.
I went on to discover the charred corpses of the other master detectives. Around that time, the culprit came out from under the bed and went to the main control room in Car 1. Controlling the train from there, they detached Car 1.
This is what I find unrealistic. Yeah, the whole detaching and reattaching thing. It's also like, literally it had to happen with the exact perfect timing. Like, okay, you detached it at just the right moment so that it could go around, and then, oh, the car came back onto the track at the exact right moment while the cars are moving to somehow reattach? Huh? The reattaching piece is beyond unrealistic. Since the bed was on fire, he would catch on it too as he was going under the bed. That's true too. Like, because the sheets would be on fire, which are on both sides of him.
That caused the blackout and shaking, and the power source was switched over to the
He
backup
definitely would choke on the smoke. It's like assuming that he can hold his breath for like minutes straight.
So when the train shook, was there or was there not jiggling nipples? Take a guess.
I'm gonna say yes.
While the detached Car 1 was running on a separate track, the culprit went to work, preparing to disguise Car 1 as Car 5.
What about juggling?
First,
I said
he
yes,
put the
Shinigami,
sponge
don't worry.
into
I didn't
the
ignore you.
and the necklace removed earlier was placed back on.
Then the Car 1 number plate was burned.
Oh no. Okay, we're back. I don't know if it was I don't know if it was happening to anybody else while you were watching the stream, but the screen would like randomly like flicker or shake for a second. So I didn't know if the HDMI was slightly becoming disconnected, so I just tried pushing on it to make sure that it was in all the way, and it ended up disconnecting somehow. Oops. With this much planning and extreme stretching of reality, I wouldn't be surprised if they just said that he disappeared and fled away. Yeah.
So that it couldn't be properly identified.
I thought it froze. No, that was the first time for me. Okay. So it's only showing up on my monitor then, which I guess is good.
With everything in place, the culprit went into the main control room, locked the door, and waited for the train cars to reconnect.
At this time, the culprit was riding in car 1 on the other track, right?
Yeah, the train, which was only cars 2, 3, and 4 at the time, remained on course.
Since we were in a tunnel, I didn't even realize car 1 was moving alongside us.
How did it magically reconnect? Like, timing-wise, it would take a lot longer to go around that curve than it would to go straight.
The train we were on went through the tunnel with only 3 cars. When it came out of the tunnel, the car with the culprit in it attached to car 4. Now behind car 4, that car became car 5.
The swap was pre-programmed into the train's automatic operating system, right?
I guess it was programmed in. That could make sense.
Technology sure is convenient.
Yeah, it is.
The culprit, riding in car 1, attached it to the back of car 4. That caused more shaking, but there was no blackout this time because the power supply stayed the same.
Additional shaking occurred inside my blouse, but the power stayed on.
Shinigami, you should have directed my attention there. Come on.
After that, I mistook car 1 for car 5 and walked right in. The culprit wrecked it so much.
All automatic, so the timing's done for you. Yeah, it seems like that must have been it. Like, that's what I thought was super unrealistic, was the reattaching of the car, but if it's all automatic and timed, then I guess it makes sense.
Could have been some kind of brawl. But that was part of the culprit's plan, wasn't it? Also, no one would realize it was actually car 1.
When I found the corpse, I deduced that it was Aphex from the necklace it had on. But I was just rediscovering the same charred corpse from car 1. The disguised corpse and the car switch completely fooled me.
Using a dead body? Oh, that's a despairingly brilliant idea!
When the train arrived in Kanai, it connected to a different, prearranged car 1.
To completely fool me, yes, yes, yes.
And with that, the train once again had 5 cars.
Whole system is automatic, so the attachments might actually work. Yeah, I think the automatic piece is probably what...
What a stupid...
I mean, it would just guarantee it, or it should guarantee it.
Peacekeepers were lying in wait at the station. As the sole survivor, I was set up as the one responsible for the murders.
And Amaterasu was in on it! That really turns me on!
Oh? Okay.
You mean pisses me off, right?
During that time, the culprit stayed hidden in the main control room of the disguised car 1. And waited for the peacekeepers to haul you in, Master. They were right there at the scene.
Never identify people based on items or location.
The culprit faked their own death.
It can be manipulated. Then again, I'd say check dental, but this game would throw a curveball and say he switched out their teeth. Yeah, oh my god.
Scheme.
If they did something like that, I would lose
Who
it.
committed these countless contemptible crimes is none other than...
Zilch Alexander.
Alexander!
It was you!
What is that angle? Why? Why? What the hell is that? Oh my god. That was so unnecessary. I didn't need freaking zilch bulge covering up my screen.
Truth I've uncovered!
What is this now? Ghost Zilch?
That it?
But he's still alive. Oh, we're still in the dungeon.
What's
I see.
this?
It's the truth. It's the soul of the true culprit who made this mystery labyrinth.
Mm-hmm.
The soul of the true culprit.
I needed some bulge after all the Shinigami fans. Yeah, it's only fair that they even it out, right? For both sides. Oh no, please, continue with the Shinigami fan service. I don't mind at all. But for others, I can see why, you know, you gotta even the scale. And if you're not gonna have the busty men that you wanted, Kiwi, then I guess that's the next best thing that you can do.
Wait, what am I supposed to do?
That
with
caught me
this?
so off guard, though. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Now it's time for the main event. Here we go. It's my time to shine.
Okay, cool music.
Surging bloodlust. Overflowing despair. The brilliant soul of Shinigami shall expunge this cursed case.
Master, he didn't kill himself. That was a red herring. He was alive the whole time. He was still alive and he was hiding in one of the locked rooms that we couldn't get into. You like can't hear her voice at all. There's only one busty man in the Danganronpa universe, and he's in the anime. Is Gonta not busty from Danganronpa 3? I think Gonta's his name, right? Like the guy who likes bugs. I feel like he's pretty busty. Who's the one in the anime? I assume it's in the that like Danganronpa 3, the sequel. I can't think of who though. It's been a while since I watched it. Gonta is my bean. Gonta is very, very precious. Oh man, the chapter that was well, Gonta's chapter definitely. I was like, oh my goodness, at the end of it.
Huh? We're back?
What are you talking about now? Your spirit shouldn't be broken yet. The
The
peacekeepers
gay
will
guy.
take
Okay.
care of you.
Yes.
We have all the time in the world.
Huh? Ah! Shinigami! Where are you? Nothing here's changed. What's going on?
I didn't realize they meant the red herring was that he didn't off himself. I thought it was that no one killed him like the others and that he'd offed himself for no reason. Oh no. Yeah, no, the red herring was to make you think that he was dead. When in reality, he never was. He was hiding. He was faking being dead, and then he switched his body with another body, and then he left. Using the car stuff.
Shinigami? Are you listening?
Get it!
Wait! I know who the culprit is!
What?
It's Zilch! He's still alive. He framed me.
What are you talking about? He's already dead.
Huh?
Shut up! This is not up for discussion. What a waste. Take him away.
That dude has money, like, tattooed on his teeth. Jeez.
Shinigami! Where did you go? This isn't what's supposed to happen!
I'm right here.
Left me waiting,
So
damn.
cute when you panic, so why head to enjoy the view for a bit?
Oh my, got a little bit of like a sadist here.
Stop playing around! Why hasn't the situation changed at all?
He must be hallucinating. Taking him down shouldn't be a problem.
The smoke forming a little skull and bones.
Take him away. What? He's dead?
Looks like it's over.
Huh? What's over? Shinigami, what's going on?
Wait, does Zilch get killed for the truth being revealed?
There's always a price to pay. When I reap the soul of the true culprit, The mystery labyrinth created by the culprit is destroyed.
Which means the culprit himself
But
dies.
as a price, the source that created the mystery labyrinth also perishes.
The source perishes? Don't tell me.
That's right. The true culprit dies.
Wow, okay. Clean ending. Teeth tattoos are as crazy as those eyeball ones. The detective is right. The fight is in the court, not on the
Then
street.
That
Yeah.
report saying Zilch, the true culprit, was dead.
And that solves today's mystery. The true culprit is as dead as a doornail.
I like his little, or Shinigami's little laughing PNG there in the corner.
You're now innocent and free to go, Master. A happy...
There's nothing happy about this. Zilch died because I solved the mystery, right?
Huh? He was a dangerous murderer who killed 4 master detectives. He deserved to die.
I mean, I don't think I'm completely free to go.
In that case, say exactly what I'm about to tell you to...
Okay. Swank, did you just receive a report that Zilch was dead?
How did you know that?
I thought so.
Ah,
If he was alive until moments ago, someone who died in front of my eyes. This is clearly an attempt by the culprit to disguise the truth. Don't tell me the peacekeepers lied to try to cover up what really happened. You didn't try to frame an innocent person, did you?
you think you can weasel your way out? You better not forget you're in Kanai Ward now.
Is the true mystery dungeon, or is the mystery dungeon created on purpose or as a side effect of a crime? Because if it's on purpose, why create one if it kills you? I think it's the side effect of the crime. It's like it gets created because of the unsolved crime. And then you can enter it. I'm assuming that's what it is.
You're powerless before the
They definitely would not
Tomasu
intentionally create it.
Corporation.
Especially because it's like a supernatural thing that Shinigami can get into. I don't see how the actual people could. Yeah, I think it's a side effect that gets created in like, kind of like the palaces in Persona 5. They kind of like create themselves.
No,
Hey! Don't surrender so easily.
That does it. Listen, you got no right to remain silent, and you got take him away.
No, wait! Hold on just a second. Hey, excuse me. Do you have a minute?
You.
It's all good. Let's stop all the fighting. We both have to follow orders from the higher ups, so let's not do anything.
What's up with his
that
big
causes
tattoo on his chest of an eye?
unnecessary tension. Falsifying evidence and testimonies is a drag when it comes time to do the paperwork, right? It's tough keeping things consistent. Just forget about all that and leave it to me, yeah? You know, I saw that the true culprit was alive and well just a bit ago.
What?
If you let us go, I'll cook something up in my report to the World Detective Organization. You don't want trouble, right? If the WDO floods this joint because of you. Your punishment might be kind of brutal. So, you know what to do. Leave things well enough alone, as they say.
Let's go.
I hate his English voice, Dio. Oh, he's Dio in Japanese. Yeah, it would be hard to top Dio. That's an iconic
Thank
voice.
Goodness, that worked out.
I don't really mind it, but yeah, when you compare that to Dio, I
Who is
feel like
he?
Dio's gonna win.
Beats me?
I like the character lawful evil vibes at its finest, evil but within the law. Yeah. Does give lawful evil based on that little conversation.
Well, I bet that was quite a long trip for you.
Thanks.
You must be Yuma. Yuma Cocoa Head, right?
I am. And you are?
I'm Yako Furio.
Oh, he actually has a reasonably normal name.
was born and raised in Kanai Ward. Just a humble member of the WDO. I'm the director of the Nocturnal Detective Agency. The only detective agency in Kanai. My office welcomes you.
Cool, thanks, man.
Thanks. So he's a detective from the W. He managed to turn away the peacekeepers, so he must be in high standing.
Really? He's clearly just some careless, middle-aged man.
YuGiOh!
Oh, by the way, don't tell anyone about yours truly. You might have forgotten, but it'd be terrible if you broke this rule. To be
Oh,
exact,
wow,
your
okay.
whole body would be drained of its blood.
That's something I'd like to avoid.
Okay, I won't tell anyone.
Well, even if you did, they'd just assume you're some crazy person.
Now, shall we? Oh, by the way, I'd like to hear the details about this incident.
Saying you don't want to commit excessive violence, think of the paperwork is funny. Yeah.
I'm sorry I kept you waiting.
They practically interrogated you, right? Communication devices such as cell phones are confiscated. Even if you smuggle something with reception in, Kanai Ward is a dead zone. Thanks to all that tight closure, nobody's using this fancy station.
Did you say no?
You show a lot of promise. I was scared, to be honest. The thing is, as a basic rule, never look him in the eye.
Right.
Amaterasu Corp doesn't want the I even caught wind of them hiring a hitman.
Hitman?
They plan to wipe out any master detectives before they enter Kanai Ward. The results of which is this Amaterasu Express massacre.
So Zilch was actually a hitman?
Nope. There was a real master detective named Zilch.
Ah.
He was murdered beforehand and used as a disguise. You were in the first car earlier. The real Zilch is laying dead somewhere in there.
Oh. Probably in the other room. Okay. It's interesting to just casually drop that. Yikes. Being drained of blood is called exsanguination and applies to animals and people. I can't say I've heard the word before. But it doesn't sound fun. At all.
There was a separate first car at the station before you arrived, where Zilch's body was hidden. Then, the 4 train cars that you rode in would arrive at the station in Kanai Ward and connect with the fake first car. That makes a total of 5 dead master detectives at Kanai Ward's. With no master detectives left,
They would go to such...
Absolutely. Even given the situation, honest...
That's all thanks to me. You're so lucky.
Wait, if there was a real Zilch, including me, that makes 6 people.
I, Hoochie, heard from the world.
Well, I assume they can only hear people who are still alive.
Master Detective
Oh, I'll explain that. Anyway, let's leave this place.
Is YuGiOh one of your favorite characters, Kiwi? And that's what the all caps reaction to him was.
It's raining.
Hey, you're right.
They're all over the world, Master. They just meant specifically on that train. I think they said it was a huge organization with like thousands or tens of thousands of detectives or something. That's a cool look, very neon-y. Little cyberpunky.
Who's that guy? Beats me.
Chapter 0, Massacre on the Amaterasu Express End. There we go. Feels a little Vegas-y for me. Never been. Want to go someday. I've never been either.
I see, I see.
I had plans to go, I think it would have been last year, 2022. My friends and I were gonna go to EDC Vegas, the big like EDM convention that they have in like every May. But it was like there were 5 of us, and then or we were originally gonna go in like 2020, and then it got delayed to 21, and then COVID was going on, so it got delayed to 22, and then it happened in 22. But like, at that point it had been 2 years. I think living situations had changed, other situations had changed. Like one of my friends had to back out because of money, one of them had to back out because they just weren't really interested anymore. I had to back out because I had something going on. So only 2 out of the 5 ended up going. They still had a good time, but that was like the one time that I had plans to go, and then it kind of fell through. At some point, maybe it'll happen, but yeah.
Are you gonna remember all of this?
All right, let's see my rating. What? It's a lot of detective points. Excuse me at the C for stamina. Probably because I failed 2 things, right? So that would like exhaust my stamina. Well, overall, we got a lot of golden Sebbies here. Seeing the C slap down suddenly after the SS has made me burst out laughing. Yeah, it's a little bit of a kick in the teeth to suddenly drop to that C. Come on. I'm jealous. You didn't have quite the jealous of the Vegas thing that fell through, or the rankings here. Too bad Sebi isn't around to see the SS scores, right? Very, very unfortunate. SS, S, SS, and A for me. That seems better overall than me. I mean, the judgment is slightly lower, but the stamina is way higher. I'd rather have your scores. So you must have also gotten an S overall, then, I assume? I'm gonna need to spend those detective points. Yes, please. Bow wow. Bow wow. Ba-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na. It's a long loading screen. My goodness. Prologue. WDO versus the Ama. What? That wasn't even the prologue? Oh, is that a prologue to the prologue? Why would chapter 0 come before the prologue?
There's a place I want to show you. It's the best spot to learn about this town. Hey, relax. Don't be so nervous.
Sure.
That is a very rusty door.
Come on, this way.
My goodness. Gonna get like syphilis or whatever just from touching that. Is that what you get from Russ? Ah, yes. Brooding while taking a smoke over the night city sky. The classic. Tetanus. Okay. Yeah, not syphilis. I don't know what syphilis is then. I don't know where I got that from.
Here. Oh no. It's like we're always
Syphilis
right
is an
at the brink of
STD.
dawn.
Oh, okay. Just a little bit different then. Just a little bit wrong.
Although
That was an
thanks to
oopsie.
them, the real dawn will never rise here.
You mean Amaterasu Corporation?
Kanai Ward is isolated and out of the UG's reach. None who wish to live in peace dare to. As long as you know your place, life can be pretty good here.
I don't know. It looks a
Open an
little dingy.
umbrella and the rain won't touch you. Wear a raincoat and you can even take a girl's psych. You know what I mean, right?
Kind.
A while back, our detective agency used this building. But we were kicked
One of the more
out due
worst
to a
ones? That's what Al
contract
Capone
dispute.
died of in jail. Oh, really? I had no idea.
The owner claimed renting the building out to detectives made the place unpopular. In Kanai Ward, detectives aren't even allowed to.
Really?
I don't know what the WDO is thinking. It should stay the way it is. That's why this time around, I don't want any Screams are part of the daily noise around here. They're kind of like church bells marking sunset.
Literally 1 minute ago, did you not say, life can be pretty good here? Only to follow it up with, screams are part of the daily noise around here? What about that is good? Why would you ever want to live somewhere where screams are part of the daily noise? My guy, make up your mind.
Whenever someone's smiling in that building, someone else in town is weeping. However, we can't go punching the guy who's smiling. We can only offer a handkerchief to those in tears. Nothing more is needed anyway. We're just detectives.
Just detectives, he says. But he has the resigned smile of someone who's given up. That look tells me exactly the kind of place Kanai Ward is.
This fuzzhead dude comes off like an irresponsible geezer, but there's an ominous aura around him. You only end up like that if you've seen death all
You've
the
seen
time.
some shit. I mean, a lot of those unsolved mysteries, right?
Could it be because of this city?
Maybe. Or maybe it's its old man stench.
Huh? Something wrong? Is there something on my gorgeous face?
Okay, buddy.
Back in the day, I was rather popular with the ladies. You may think that means I'm no longer so popular. And you'd be right.
Aw. You don't have a hot Shinigami floating around you like I do, huh? YuGiOh! YuGiOh!
The rain. It never stops.
Oh, this stuff?
Ah, hence rain code.
Fatalists would tell you that all rain. But for the past few years...
For years?
Yeah, years. Weird, huh?
A city where it's always rain.
The rain sure has changed things around here. Supposedly, there's something in the rain that messes with our bodies, and no one knows why the rain never lets up.
Kanai Ward.
Bizarre, huh? You're not gonna make it here if you find... You'll be seeing a lot of strange things, but there's no need to... Everything is just an illusion in the rain. Trust me, it's easier this way.
Is it?
Well, now that I finished showing you the
Let's go to the agency. Meet some more detectives.
There's a lot more
Yas.
to it than I thought.
Yas. Yas. Oh my god, we get to meet some more detectives. Oh my god.
What do you mean?
Oh, it smells so good here. It's like there's a florist on every corner.
Really?
I didn't mean it literally.
Nothing smells sweeter
Nothing smells
than death.
sweeter
Than death.
than the stench of death.
Wow, did I call that or what? Frickin' Leo from the future knows exactly what they're gonna say.
Stench of death?
There are gruesome mysteries all over this place. It smells so lovely.
Well, you're an interesting one, bud.
That sounds so ominous.
Hey! The elevator's here!
Right.
Now then.
Yes.
This area is called Kamasaki District.
Kamasaki District, alright.
It's the busiest and messiest place in all of Ganai Ward.
Alright, I would like to see if there's a way that I can, let's see. I'd like to lower the... I need to raise the voice volume a bit.
This is looking pretty good. This is looking pretty good. Oh, this is looking pretty good. This is looking pretty good.
Because it seems too quiet. Alright, and I want to spend all of those points I just got. Alright. Abilities, skills. Okay. So I have 3 more SP that I can spend. I have these 3. Okay, this seems good. Remove or break 2 incorrect letters on the barrels. That will definitely be helpful. So I'm going to take that. Oh, I see. So that takes 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. When we knew less about it, they didn't treat it well, but it can spread to your brain and start to affect it. I guess that's the advances of medicine and technology, being able to better figure that stuff out. Alright, let's save now that we added that.
The neon looks magical blurred in the rain. If
Does
there
look cool.
really is an illusion in the rain, I think it'd be the streetlights. I don't have any memories of this scenery, but it still makes me all nostalgic. Perhaps I'm from a city like this one. Or maybe if you formed my mind into a shape, it'd look like this place.
Hey, isn't it weird how it's not flooded, given how it's always raining here?
It looks like they have a good drainage system. See? There's a drain leading to a pipe over there.
That kind of thing creeps me out. Just imagine
YouTube
what
doesn't
would
allow
happen
so
if I
many
was
words.
such
I did like 100 varieties and it still wouldn't let me send it. Oh, of that, it can spread to your brain and start to affect it one? Is that why you have like the accents and like dots and stuff like that? I was wondering what that was for. That's so, nothing in that sentence is even remotely bad. Like what about that would get blocked by YouTube? That's so strange. We need more neon lights, vibes, and games. Stray did that really well. I heard good things about Stray, yeah. It won like best indie game at the Game Awards or something, right?
explained briefly, but basically, Amaterasu Corp picks on detectives. My colleagues and hired assistants all quit. They said working here as a detective was simply impossible.
Probably prevent medical misinformation.
So,
Could be.
Is the only detective for the whole city ever since?
It's not like I can change careers. I'm a WDO detective, after all. Clients trust me to do the job. Although, most of my requests involve infidelity or finding lost pets.
Still important things to figure
What
out.
about unsolved mysteries?
The peacekeepers get to handle that. Detectives don't even get close.
Oh, interesting.
But now, things could be
Are you gonna
different since
move,
you're all
YuGiOh,
here.
or are you just gonna stand over there?
Huh? All?
Did he glitch, or... Am I supposed to, like, talk to him on the stairs? Hello? Let's go. What the hell? What am I supposed to... Can you move faster than 1 centimeter per minute? My god. Walk like a normal person. Why are you not moving? Hello? Do you want me to leave? Oh, now you move. What was that? You got stuck in the only way... like, I somehow wasn't supposed to get in front of him, so then it just glitched the game until I was behind him again. I love YuGiOh. Well, I'm looking forward to finding more out about him then.
Yeah, I got a feeling things will be a bit stuffy move.
Little secret passage. Gross. Sewers? No, thank you.
Is your agency up ahead?
Like I said earlier,
Ugh, must have.
I
the
agree,
other master
Shinigami.
detectives are already waiting at the agency. You're the last to join us.
Nice, we're gonna get introduced to everyone
Master
else.
Detectives, but everyone on the train died.
Thanks to that hitman hired by Amaterasu.
YuGiOh must be stinky.
The WDO anticipated
I mean, if you're working in the
interference.
sewer, yeah.
They prepared multiple routes for entry into Kanai Ward. They covered their bases.
He was stunned by your
Other
disrespect
master
of walking in
detectives
front of him.
arrived from routes
I can't help
besides
it when the
Amaterasu
guy
Express.
moves slow as a snail. Oh
Both
my
official
god.
and
I
unofficial
cannot
members
stand
traveled
when
through these
people move
various
super
routes.
slow on a walkway when you're trying to move.
So it
Like, get
wasn't
out of
just
the way.
Amaterasu Express.
And don't stop in the middle of the walkway.
Amaterasu
Oh my god.
Corporation caught on and tried to interfere on all the routes. Granted, they deny any involvement. Some routes were completely stamped out. Yours barely made it.
He's an NPC. They need to code him to move faster.
Excluding you, there are 4 others who survived. Unfortunately,
What's the symbol on our
a lot
cloak?
of
I'm not
sacrifices
sure.
were made.
Probably a master
But
detective
as a
related thing.
result, you
Or
could say
WDO thing?
Master detectives of the highest caliber have been gathered here. Each of you did outsmart Amaterasu and made it here after all.
The highest caliber? Hearing Master get complimented really annoys me.
What, so it turns you on when I get, like, insulted, but it annoys you when I get complimented?
Surviving Master Detectives are like so exciting, so mysteriful.
Mysteriful. Just like the limited edition name. Mysteriful edition. Looks like the pyramid. Oh! The mystery dungeon looks like the pyramid. Right. That checks out. Slow NPCs make me angry. Slow people even more so. Retail customers that just stop when you're trying to get to another part of the store to do something are so annoying. Yeah. Right. Like, especially when I would be trying to, like, push a cart or, like, pallet of stuff through the walkways to, like, restock things. and they're just standing there not moving. I'm like, hello? Can you not see that I'm trying to come through with this gigantic cart full of stuff? Like, can you move so that I can do my job?
Here we are.
I don't see anybody here, dude.
Where's the agency?
I like Shinigami looking
Right here.
around. Hello? What? Where is everyone?
Remember this, Yuma. The most important things cannot be seen by the eye.
Some hidden underwater thing that's gonna come up. A boat? Oh, a submarine.
This is the agency?
I didn't see you. I know you've been staring at the cereal for 6 minutes.
I thought my eyes were gonna pop
Yeah,
out.
like for real. Like, where's the spatial awareness, dude?
Welcome to the Nocturnal Detective Agency. What, you expected something a bit tidier? Yeah, but isn't it awesome? Our own submarine!
I guess it's kind of cool.
Is this really it?
You've been assigned
A
to
sinking ship.
a ship of a detective agency.
Ah, yes, another loading screen. Perfecto, me encanta, me encanta. Bum, bum, ba-da-dum. I guess this is what happens when the game is on the Switch instead of like PlayStation or PC or something. Such is the nature of the console. A little confused about the designs on his jacket. All right, the other detectives, so the rest of the main characters, let's go. All right, let's see, based on my first impressions, who's going to be my favorite for the rest of the game. I have good feeling about her. Not you. Well, maybe. Ohio!
Thanks for waiting, everyone. Our final new member has arrived at last.
Watch it! Don't just come barging in here.
Sorry.
There's only one character I love the most. All right, let's see. See who it is.
What are you talking about? This is my detective agency, isn't it?
Victory is mine. Pay up.
My favorite and my profile picture on Discord. Oh, so since you had changed your Discord profile picture for potential spoiler reasons, so now at least that I've gotten to this point, you could switch it back. You don't need to hide whoever the character is anymore.
But hold on, that doesn't count. That was an accident thanks to the chief barging in here.
Nonsense. You should have expected him to return from his errand.
I think it's more that they load so much at a time because it's a while between loading screens, right? Is it faster on PC or PS? The game is a Switch exclusive, so I can't really say. But on the PS5, things load pretty much instantly. Like, I have not played any game that has not had, like, sub 2-second loading times. Maybe Fortnite, when it initially boots up, is like 5 seconds. But, like, the PS5 SSD is incredibly fast. And my PC also is very, very, very fast. Because again, I have one of those like NVMe M2 SSDs in my PC. So like, I assume what that loading screen would be like a 1, maybe 2 second thing on PC and PlayStation. The Switch is just a very, very underpowered console, which makes sense given that it is half portable and half, like, you can play it either way. Like, if they're gonna make it portable, it can't be super crazy when they're trying to consider, like, form factor and size and everything. But it's like, I mean, graphically and performance wise, can't really compare to like PlayStation or PC. Glasses Detective sounds very feminine. I don't know how to feel about that since they're gender neutral. Yeah, as soon as we saw them, I was like, is this a guy or a girl? Or, but if they're gender neutral, that makes sense.
Moreover, you should have realized he was back when our submarine resurfaced.
I mean, it does sound like a feminine voice, but it is deeper.
Not when you put it like that.
With my logic, anything is possible.
Looks kind of like Chiaki from Danganronpa.
What are they fighting about?
Hey, what are you doing with those matches?
It's just a little game. He strikes the matches one by one. He wins if he lights 10 in a row. But if he fails even once, I win. And he failed. Thus, I get all the cash.
Hang on, it was lit. The chief opened the door, which blew it out. I succeeded in lighting it, so the game continues. Next is the 7th, right?
Not a huge fan of that guy's voice, personally. It's like Chiaki and Hajime had a baby. Hey, that would be fitting, right? Chiaki and Hajime, they were like the main ship from that game. How big is the fireplace? How's he laying down in there? It must extend out to the sides or something.
Hey, ref, how many matches was it? You can check by counting the number of chocolates on the table.
Sure thing. 1, 2, 3.
It's taking you a while to count there.
Hey, don't eat those! We're using them to count! Come on, princess. How many?
2 or 3. What comes after 3? I never remember since I so rarely.
Fireplace guy is your favorite?
Please give me just
I need to hear him speak. I need to see his face. Come on, let's go. I so rarely count that high. Oh my god. How are you a detective? You can't count higher than 3?
Why don't you count the number of matchsticks you've used instead?
Yuma, ever the voice of reason, aren't you?
Oh, right. I'll just count the matchsticks in the ashtray. Why the hell are there so many? Didn't you say no open flames are allowed in here?
It's harder to quit than you think.
Aha! I remember. The number 4 comes after 3.
Great job!
It's 4.
I'm so proud of you. Round of applause for that incredible performance. 3 plus 1 equals 4. Good job.
Huh? But there is still a chocolate missing.
Hang on, there were more than 4 to begin with. Did you?
It is too delicious. So this is what commoners eat. It is simply heavenly.
Anyway, time to pay up.
Enough. I'm using my authority as chief to end this. Do you understand you're in Conai
No fun
mode?
allowed, Yakuo?
Give the
Or Yako?
peacekeepers any reasons to drop in on us?
Wow. What's the wow for? Her inability to count?
Virtue, honesty, and staying the hell out of Now then, I'd like to introduce you to our final team member.
Woo!
Yuma Cocoa Head. A round of
Yuma
applause,
Cocoa
please.
Head.
Nice to meet you all.
She's incredible. I didn't know 4 comes after. I know. She is truly a, like, incomprehensible mind to be able to figure out that 4 came after 3. Like, I don't even have words. She's even clapping for herself. Oh wait, the Yako's also clapping. Oh, they're clapping for me.
Some detectives, but they all look kind of dumb.
True.
I wonder which one of them will die first. Him or me?
Hey, knock it off!
Are they gonna kill off one per story or
They
something?
managed to get past Amaterasu's attacks. I'm sure they're all amazing.
Oh, you know what? Is there gonna be 5 chapters? And in each chapter, you're gonna team up with one of these detectives?
Yuma? Let me introduce everyone to you.
All right, let me at their names. Let me go. Let's see
First,
how ridiculous
the one
they
sitting
are.
Over there is Halara Nightmare.
Halara
a great
Nightmare?
master
Oh my
detective.
god.
The first
Okay.
to arrive at Kanai Ward.
Halara Nightmare. This is just... Where do they come up with these names?
The little match boy over there is Desuhiko Thunderbolt.
Oh my god.
Wait, who's the match boy?
Neither of those names are normal. What is Desuhiko? I don't think that's normal.
The beautiful lady next to him is Fubuki Clockford. She is the heiress to the famous Clockford family.
Clockford?
A pleasure to meet you.
Well, you're cute, so... That's okay, you can have a funny name.
And the one inside the fireplace?
What, fireplace? But why there of all places?
He says it's calming in there. Anyway, his name is Vivia Twilight.
Hey,
That name is not
nice
as...
to meet you.
Oh, that voice was decent. At least that name's not super crazy.
Right. Now that we're all here, let's
Vivia,
have
I
a
love
seat.
you. Down bad for Vivia, Kiwi? Not your son, I assume? Not understanding numbers or money is called numerical
Sit down
illiteracy.
right here.
Interesting. I did not know there was a term for it. My favorite character now. Hope she doesn't get killed. Single offset ponytail is nice too. I actually, I saw there's going to be a bunch of DLCs for the game. Like, every month for the next 3 or 4 months or something, there's going to be a brand new, like a new case every month for...
Everyone on the train died besides you? That sucks.
Playing with my friend, and I just go and talk to Vivia whenever I can.
Had I been on the Amaterasu Express, I would have solved it before anything had gone down.
How does one solve something before it happens?
Damn. Missed the chance to show off my superstar self.
Ah, well, too bad,
That
bud.
is so arrogant.
Hello.
Yuma, do you like chocolate?
Not particularly, no.
Yeah, a bit.
Did you know that chocolate grows on cacao trees? The sight of all those trees with their shining silver fruit
Silver?
must be so splendid.
I think the silver part is
Yeah.
just the wrapper.
No, he's not my son. He's too good to not simp for. All right. So we have your son Yuma and the down bad Vivia. Truly, the dichotomy. Not dichotomy. Duality. 193 centimeters tall. He's too good to just be son. Ah, as a lowly American who does not understand centimeters and meters, I need to do a conversion. Centimeter in feet. 6.33. Damn, 6 foot 4 inches. That is very tall. Very, very tall.
Huh? Does it not grow on the tree like this? Ah, I see. I thought I was peeling back its silvery
So
husk.
they're intentionally making her seem pretty dumb, which means she's actually going to be some crazy genius.
What a misunderstanding to make for an adventurer such as
An
myself.
adventurer, okay.
Adventurer?
Correct. I am an adventurer and a detective. It is nice to make your acquaintance.
Nice to meet you too.
I would look like a baby next to him, but I don't really care. I love him so much. Hey, nothing wrong with some height difference. I think it's fairly common for girls to like taller guys, too. She thinks factory-made chocolate grows on trees. She knows what a cacao tree is. but that it's a nut they use, airheads. Oh, airheads, yes, that's what she is.
You purposely came over to talk to me? You're so kind, Yuma.
Talks kind of slow.
Don't worry. They aren't avoiding me or anything. I prefer to be alone. A place like this gives me a sense of peace and quiet. I want to die someday.
Where did that come from? My guy. Okay.
I have no idea what to say to him.
Yeah, I don't know how to respond to that.
So you're the survivor from the Amaterasu Express massacre. You don't look like much.
Well, okay then.
It's thanks to yours truly. Otherwise,
That's all she says? Damn. Or they. That's all they say. He's so funny. Yeah, I didn't expect that line out of nowhere. Airheads usually put in the not smart category, but more often than not, they're not. They are very smart, but just not knowledgeable. Gotcha. That seems fitting then. I get called an airhead often. It's not necessarily a bad thing. I can't say I have. Off the top of my head, at least.
Yuma, I'm sure you're tired from your long journey. Go ahead and find a spot to sit. Now, all remaining agents sent to the Nocturnal Detective Agency are here. There are a lot less of you than what we originally planned. Well, regardless of how many people we would have gotten. So, we'll keep laying low down here.
Huh? You want to stay submerged in this filthy river? I want to make a grand entrance, solve all unsolved mysteries. Oh, and once I'm rich and famous...
In Kanai Ward, so all information is controlled by the peace. If you want to be famous in this town,
I see.
Wait, don't actually...
I'm just kidding around.
Why is the WDO gathering master detectives in Kanai Ward?
Honestly, I don't know what the WDO is thinking either. I just found out
You didn't receive any instructions?
Should make it a habit to talk to Vivia. He must be spoken to. That's the only way you'll get Kiwi's true ending. Is Kiwi your nickname for him because of his hair? Is that actually a thing? Like, does each character have like a true ending based on how much you talk to them and how close you get to them? Knowing a lot of stuff doesn't necessarily correlate with intelligence or smart, so being unknowledgeable isn't always the same as being not smart. So hopefully they don't mean it in a mean way. Right, yes.
Not yet, at least. I'm hoping they'll call us eventually.
Oh, yourself. I see. I was just looking at him because of the green hair. Gotcha.
But before that, there's something I need to verify first. Yuma,
I see. We'll appease
it's about
Kiwi
you.
by talking to Vivia a lot.
Huh?
I heard the Peacekeepers talking and learned. Do you really have amnesia?
No, no need to apologize. I get it now. It just didn't click at first for me.
Huh? Yeah, it seems...
Ah, then you and I are alike. We are amnesia buddies, Yuma.
Yay, amnesia buddies. Let's go.
Huh? Fubuki, you too?
Indeed. I cannot remember what I had for breakfast. I cannot even recall how I got here.
I think you're just forgetful.
Ah, Fubuki, come on. I always try to make an effort to talk to them, even if it doesn't do anything or I skip it. Sometimes you hear the start of interesting tidbits and listen to it from there. Yeah. I think it depends how much I like the character. I definitely will talk to characters I like more often. But if I don't really care about them or it's not related to like an achievement, then I'm like, eh. That's relatable. Yeah, my short-term memory is not the greatest. I mean, it's not terrible, but...
Don't make things even more complicated.
It could be in one ear, out the ear, or out the other, for me at times. Especially if I'm like on my phone while you're talking to me. In one, out the other.
What is the source of your amnesia?
No, it doesn't seem likely.
So you really don't remember it?
I probably can't tell him.
You better not.
I think I was.
Well, you can work off your debt, so you really don't know who you are. In other words, you don't remember if you're a detective?
Vivi is very likable. He's so likable that I'm obsessed with him. You would, I guess, have to imagine that to be obsessed with somebody, they'd have to be relatively likable. Well, I guess maybe not, because villains are not always likable, but, you can still like them. I like Askeladd a lot, but he's not a good character. Well, he's a great character. He's not a good person, though. I have to update my list now with this new Fubuki characters making waves in the waifu scene. Damn. Master, you're down bad pretty fast, huh? Iwi down bad for Vivia. Master down bad for Fubuki. I don't know, Master. We might have to fight over her.
That's correct. Oh, but I do have a letter from the WDO, and this outfit is definitely mine.
I don't doubt you. I've already verified your identity.
Huh?
I didn't just daydream in the park and feed pigeons while y'all were heading here. I checked the routes everyone used and Unfortunately, most of the info was, at the very least. Then again, it was mostly thanks to Halara and Desuhiko since they're...
I got the passenger list from Amaterasu Corporation. That ability is top secret.
Your name was on the passenger list. Once we knew your name, obtaining more...
This doesn't sound like...
What? Of course it is! I might finally get to learn about my past.
I love that you assumed he's the villain because I like him. Well, it does certainly seem like you tend to like the villains, doesn't it, Kiwi? So it's only natural that if you're this down bad for Vivia that... Plot twist. Villain. Or he acts like a villain, but he's actually good. Good-hearted. Vivia's a good boy. We do like good boys. I have a short that I posted a while ago when I got called a good boy and I was shook. I had to pause stream for a minute.
So, who am I?
I guess me telling you my favorite character of Danganronpa is Nagito. That does not even remotely surprise me. That is very typical with the rest of your or very in line with the rest of your choices that I know about so far, I should say. Dio, Knives, or Nai, Nagito. Oh yeah, I think I saw that you sent that list. Nautico, Rachel. Is that Rachel from Tower of God? I haven't seen Tower of God, but pretty sure she does something early on that a lot of people got mad about, right? Ryuji. Let's see. Nautico, Rachel, Ryuji from Blue something. What is it called? I know I've seen it. I watched the anime. I read a little bit of the manga. It's the art one. Blue what? I keep thinking Blue Archive. That's the mobile game. Blue Box is a manga, but it's not the right manga. Blue Period. Yes. Oh my god. I could not think of it for the life of me. They're good. I liked their character from the first season and the bit of the manga I've read. You're a very good boy. Thank you, Kiwi. If only I had a blushing emote that I could put on for. All I have is well, I guess I have this. That's like as close as I can get to blushing, I suppose. It's like weird because I'm not even like into that necessarily with the like that would be something that people who are into like the Dom MILF type stuff would probably like, which I'm not. But I don't mind it. I don't know why. It's very interesting. Very interesting. A duel at dawn it is then. Bring your own pistol, flintlock only. None of that new age stuff. Oh boy, master. All right. You and me dueling at dawn for Fubuki's heart. All right, let's keep going through this little list here that you sent. Nai from Trigun. Guy from, I think that's Hyoka, right? Suki, or not. Yeah, not Hyoka, what the hell? Haikyuu. Suki from Haikyuu. Ayame from Fruits Basket, he's good. I haven't seen Haikyuu. Kyo from Fruits Basket, he's good. Yota Suke. Oh, that's another guy from, oh, all three of the next ones are all from Blue Period. The guy who's like your friend rival from Blue Period, Yotosuke Haruka. Another guy from Blue Period who you met at the art thing, and Yatora, who is the main character of Blue Period. So very big Blue Period fan then, huh? I think you can guess what my favorite manga is. Yeah, I wonder. I've only seen / read up to what the end of the first anime adapted, which is like the college exam, I think. I've been meaning to read more, I just haven't gotten around to it, but I do like it. The art is really good in the manga. Yeah, I have not seen, let's see, so of those favorite characters, the series, I haven't seen Monogatari. It's very high on my watch list. I haven't gotten around to it yet, though. I haven't seen Tower of God. I haven't seen Haikyuu. But I've seen the rest of the animes, at least. I love it. I'm waiting for the mangaka to take a break so I can binge it. Is it a weekly series? I can't imagine it is, because each volume is only like 4 chapters, so I assume... Is it like monthly, then? You would love Monogatari since you love to theorize. Yeah, it seems like since Monogatari has a lot of, like... It has a lot of mystery to it, right? It seems like it would be up my alley. And I really like the art style and the character designs and stuff, so... It's one of those things that's like... I always prioritize watching the seasonal stuff because, like, I do my big anime awards, so I need to stay, like, up to date with stuff so that when it comes time to spend the month it takes me to do everything for the awards, I can, like, refer to all of the stuff and not have to do too much binging at the end. But, when I have time to catch up on backlog stuff, Monogatari is very high up on my list. I'd have to look at my backlog and see what's highest. Probably like JoJo Part 3, Monogatari. What else? I was just thinking about it. It's monthly? That makes sense then. Dress Up Darling just went to monthly too. Cinematography plus mystery. I do appreciate nice cinematography as well. The mise-en-scène, or mise-en-scene, mise-en-scène. I don't remember how to pronounce it. But how the shot is composed, I like that. Like framing and stuff like that. If you're not into lolly and fan service and stuff, or if very serious topics make you uncomfortable, I wouldn't recommend it. It's not a big deal to me, the fan service stuff. Like, I'm not like super into it, but like it being there doesn't bother me. I know it's a pretty big part of Monogatari, or it's very common in it, but that's fine. Serious topics don't bother me either. I am a-okay with that.
The truth might surprise you, but among the master detectives registered at the WDO, no individual with the name Yuma Kokohead exists.
How can that be if I am a detective, but I am not with the organization?
What do you mean?
5 master detectives were summoned to the Amaterasu Express. That is an undisputable fact. But a detective in training...
Oh, I'm a detective in training.
Detective in training?
That's you, Yuma. Looks like you've been working toward being a detective at the WDO.
My friend Zero is a very big Monogatari fan. The more you speak, the more I think You and him would get along very well. Yeah, I think I remember you saying that they popped in briefly in my Yu-Gi-Oh stream last week, I think. They like Steins Gate a lot. They're also like a scientist VTuber. They like Yu-Gi-Oh. Definitely have a lot of similarities in those respects. I think he said he liked mystery thriller stuff. I know he joined the Discord server. I had read through his introduction. Definitely a number of overlap between me and him in there. Monogatari versus Monogatari. Feels like potato versus potato. Is there a different way to pronounce Monogatari? Monogatari. That's how. So I say it like the first way, Monogatari. Or Monogatari. Monogatari. Oh, so it just depends how you pronounce the T. Or the syllable right before it, an A or an O. Monogatari. Monogatari versus Monogatari. Yeah, I definitely do the first one, Monogatari.
You may be part of the organization, but you haven't earned your stripes just yet.
Monogatari. 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 It's about where you stress the word. Yes. Which is the ga versus the god. Monogatari. Oh, so it's like Monogatari, which is what I stress, versus Monogatari.
So, I'm not really a...
Despite that, I know for I reviewed your profile in the
Inability?
Your record claims that you're a great cook.
Whoa, a great cook! Let's go! Woo! Wish that carried over into real life, but all I can do is mac and cheese and eggs. Yeah.
Your lake is made.
I don't know if I can. Never mind. Like where I used to...
It didn't have any you see, you've got a trainee's profile.
I see.
You know, I guess that makes you the appetizer detective.
I like all of her stupid jokes and puns.
Don't worry.
Definitely
I'll do
makes
my
me
best to
chuckle a
train
bit.
you from the ground up to be a great detective.
What's wrong? There's nothing to also, not everyone can, no, some are born still. No matter how much talent, no matter how smart they are or how dexterous they're, the same goes for master detectives. If you want to do things the right way, you have to
Did
learn.
he say Chinese profile? No, he said trainee profile, I believe. Assuming we're talking about the same thing. I think it was trainee.
So, everyone here also train...
The WDO requires a 2-year training. During that time, the agent's paranormal and those who manage to develop their...
Plus, once you become a master
By the way, not all, there are regular detectives, like my...
Oh.
I still got my detective deed. A forte mostly depends on innate talent.
That makes a lot more sense.
Some
Yeah.
people will never
Definitely
develop it,
does.
No matter, but that doesn't mean they can't be a detective.
So, is that...
There is no, you could be like me and...
I knew it.
Who cares about that?
Look, there's no need to be so that has nothing to do with even a kid or a delinquent can be, but detectives with no special abilities. So, in fact,
Oh, you're just too...
But being both a capable detective, such as myself.
You're tooting your own horn too!
anyway, whether you have an ability...
So...
Also, keep in mind that despite being a... you must be... I mean, master detective...
I'm not sure.
I am sure you shall eventually remember. Although,
Thanks, Fubuki.
I still do not remember what I ate this morning.
That's alright.
It was raining. It's always raining.
Oh, right. Is she this dumb on purpose?
She's definitely gonna be super smart.
It's boom kill time if you fall for...
I didn't do anything.
By the way, my agency treat all you master detectives.
Oh, I will.
For you, rookie.
This guy's my
I'm
least
gonna
favorite.
Take all the medals.
I have no desire to compete.
You senior detectives
Second
sure
least
are
favorite
a
right there.
handful. Vivia, anything you'd like to say to the newbie?
Oh, Vivia, hello.
No, not really.
A call?
That's the direct line to the World Detective Organization. So, they're finally contacting
Yasuhiko's
us.
not my fave either. Blah, 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 blah. I don't know why I just freaking did that again. Yasuhiko isn't my fave either.
All communication and
Definition of a
contact word is shut
kusogaki,
out
right?
from the outside world.
Kusogaki.
So that phone is
Haven't heard that
special.
word in a while.
And obviously,
If they're contacting us,
go ahead, rookie.
Huh? You
Oh,
want
I
me
get to pick it up? Alright.
Master!
Hello.
Who's this old guy?
Nocturnal Detective Agency.
Good work, all of you. I assume everyone is present? So few of you survived. Far less than I
What the hell? Who's this?
What beats me? I've never.
Perhaps he dialed the wrong
No, that's an. Who are you? Would you mind telling us your name?
You didn't speak to Vivia. I assumed since it was so short after the previous one that there wouldn't be anything new to say.
A name. Unfortunately, I discarded my name. Now I simply go by number 1.
Number 1,
I'm
okay.
sure-
Looks a little smug.
Number 1?
Some big shot?
You're joking? Seriously? My sincerest.
I didn't expect number 1 himself to appear.
Oh yeah, this might
Is
be
he
like,
a
or this
big
must be
deal
the
or
guy.
something?
I just call him Jose. If I ever get a home and a home phone, which is unlikely, I want it to be an old phone, probably a replica or remake. If I want an old ring like that and an old hanging pickup style, I think that would be neat. Yeah, I think home phones are pretty outdated nowadays. I know that we had one when I was growing up, but we got rid of it probably when I was like, I don't know, 12, 13 or so.
Number 1 is the top master detective. Lead.
The top detective?
He rarely ever shows himself. He is only known among detectives at.
He's the top?
It's just some old man.
Hey!
I am here to give those of you who arrived your. There is a dangerous secret lurking, which we refer to as
Kanai
Kanai
Ward's
Ward's
ultimate
ultimate
secret.
secret.
Okay.
Kanai Ward's ultimate secret?
However, Kanai Ward's ultimate secret is there is a chance it relates to the ongoing great global mystery. Hence why I chose to deliver your orders directly. Move swiftly to investigate Kanai Ward's ultimate secret. Doing so will assist us in solving the great global mystery.
So there's going to be 5 chapters. Each one is going to have one of the detectives with us, if I had to assume. Each one is going to be like an individual case, but the cases are each going to play into the ultimate secret. And then at the end, you'll figure out the secret, and then there'll be like a finale chapter that will do this great global mystery, if I had to guess.
Huh? That's it?
Why do you think you're there? Providing any information beforehand? Do you recall the World Detective Organization's creed? A detective must never overlook a mystery. A detective must always prioritize solving a case. Emotions must be discarded to reach a perfect solution through a perfect deduction.
Oh, but yes, to your point, Master, I think having a more old-timey one would be cool, just for like, just for the fact that it's so old.
I heard that every single day during.
Is that true, Master?
I don't remember.
Mysteries are the greatest threat to humanity. The WDO will not allow mysteries to go unsolved. They shall be. We must guide the lost souls of victims to paradise. Go forth, proud detectives. Eliminate all mysteries from this world.
That line was said in the stream last time at some point, I think.
Hey, did you hear that? We play our cards right, we're guaranteed to.
It isn't so simple. Kanai Ward's ultimate secret, which means we have to snoop on them.
So it's a full-on.
War is awful. I myself am a pacifist.
Well, it's something we have to do.
There you go again with your.
Fubuki, were you listening?
Huh? I was.
You weren't listening then.
So, Chief.
In the
any ideas
invitation
about
letter,
Kanai Ward's
yes.
Ultimate secret.
That makes sense. That guy's glasses are pretty rad, quite the look. They are nice, yeah.
This place has so many secrets that I have no idea where to start. But one thing that comes to mind is this unending
Like a sensor
rain,
bar?
I think.
I don't see those sensor bars very often, but when you do, it's usually not censoring the eyes.
He said that it has something to do with the great global mystery, too.
I have no clue what that is.
Well, for now.
Don't you dare do anything dangerous.
Then what are we supposed to do?
You really want to know?
Come on.
I've got a bad feeling about all this. Ah!
Are things really that?
Yeah, danger is a daily occurrence.
I'm used to wagering my life like poker chips.
Maybe for you, but I'm not. I got it. Let's pretend. No, I know that's impossible.
Chief YuGiOh.
Everything that goes down in this city, they simply fabricate or cover things up. In other words, the truth.
Some of these cover-ups may be clues.
But there are tons of cases where they cut.
Then what we need to do?
Huh?
Don't stare at me, dumbfounded.
All of that?
I suppose that's...
Oh, fine. Truth be told, a part of me knew that it was inevitable. Our goal now is to expose Kanai Ward's ultimate secret.
All right.
We'll be up against, so please, be extremely careful. That said, you all survived the deadly trip to get here, so we've been trapped in this rain for a long time now. But it's time to put an end to that. Please, help me save this
How they
city.
used to protect criminals in the past before mosaics became, or because the eyes are the most identifiable part of the human face. Studies show it's harder to identify people with the eyes covered. I could see that. Also just goes to show how unsay-so my mind was there when that was not what I thought about when you were talking about censor bars. Studies also show that people can recognize most celebrities and family members only by looking at their eyes. Interesting.
You heard him, Master.
Mysteriful.
In the unending rain. Through the winding neon cityscape. Draped in my raincoat, I roam in search of my missing memories. What secrets lurk in this labyrinth of drainage pipes?
Ooh, okay. I'm down bad for that red hair character already.
Answer.
Oh, and for her.
The story of detectives
Not for
facing
you.
the darkness that enshrouds the truth
As soon as I saw that red hair character, it was all
is
over.
about to begin.
That's it. What are these zombies? Ah, anime OP time. The red hair is fine. Whew. He? I take it back. What do you mean he? No! No! I've been duped! Alright, the one after them then. This sounds like Danganronpa straight up. That like do 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 do. Alex Lee, oh I know that. It me. Who that? He was my kin until Vivia. Damn. Got similar tastes then. Just visually. A lot of eyes. Mysteriful is a cute way to pronounce the word, even though it should be separated for grammar. Yeah. A play on mystery. Big Bad. That was a nice OP. Visual novels when the intro is several hours in. Oh, visual novels. What can you do? Gotta get through the prologue. Ah, we finished the prologue. Perfect. That is a perfect time to end the stream then. So chapter 1 start can be next time. Because it is almost 8 o'clock, and I should have something for dinner. Actually, it is 8 o'clock. Yeah, 7:57. Oof. Double save as usual, just to make sure. Oh boy, what am I gonna have for dinner? It's down to, let's see. I'm gonna be very irresponsible. I will either have eggs, I'll make an egg and cheese sandwich, or I could have hot dogs, or I could have ice cream. That is a tough choice. Your hopes and dreams. Oh, those were dashed long ago, Kiwi. Long, long ago. Nah, I'm kidding. That would be an interesting meal. Leo, stream over now. I have to wait until tomorrow. I know, it's a whole, what is it? 8 o'clock, so 12 plus 6. It's a whole 18 hours away now from the next stream. Master Duel. Get some more trap tricks in. Ice cream for dinner? Why not sandwich then ice cream, but smaller portion of each? I could, yeah. I just tend to be irresponsible here or there and have ice cream straight up as dinner. Not super often, but definitely occasionally. I probably shouldn't. Just to have something a little healthier, but sometimes I can't help myself. You know, you've been talking for coming up 4 hours, 45 minutes or so for this stream, so then it's like, well, you know, you've been talking a lot, you want to soothe your throat. What's going to soothe it most? Hot dogs? Eggs and cheese, which I put like hot sauce on to add a little kick, or ice cream, which is nice and cold. I do intermittent fasting, so I have to eat something substantial for dinner, or else I get too hungry. Yeah, if you're doing that, you gotta make sure that you're really having good meals. Tomato soup. If I'm being honest, Kiwi, I don't think I've ever had a tomato soup. I mean, I'm not really a soup person in general, because I feel like I want to chew something, and I feel like with soup, it's just like broth and mush. I do like chicken noodle soup, like I'll eat it. Italian wedding soup, I'll eat. Um, It's a different kind of soup that my mom makes that's good. I also like chili, but generally speaking, I don't have soup a whole lot. Smoothie can be a nice healthy alternative to ice cream and smoothing for the throat. We have a ton of fruit actually. Make a good fruit smoothie. You put potatoes in for chewing. I do like potatoes. Very tasty. Tomato soup is the goat. So good with some saltine crackers. It's my second favorite behind cream of broccoli. I don't think I've ever had cream of broccoli soup either. I just like soup is not something I usually eat. It's pretty much always a it's one of those things where it's like, well, you know, if my mom made it, I'll eat it. That's like the only time. Would be even more soothing if you put the egg in the smoothie with fruit? Egg and fruit? Is that actually something that people do? I can't say I've ever heard of that before. I feel like the only time I've had smoothie is like fruit smoothie and like a protein shake. And ice cream smoothies. Which I love and have not had for a long time, actually. And now I kind of want one. Oh, that would be good. That would be really good. I used to have them a lot when I was a kid, but it's been so long. Bodybuilders. Ah, yeah. Bodybuilders doing it makes sense. Get a lot of extra protein in there. I guess you could. Extra protein would make a huge difference. Yes, definitely would be more protein. I was just thinking the taste of like an egg with fruit doesn't really like, do you cook the egg first and then put like the whites in there, or like just put the egg straight up and then mix it all together? Because then it doesn't get cooked. It's just raw. That's what my parents gave me for singing as a kid. I would imagine it's good for coding, yeah. Or soothing your throat. I think I've said before, I just try and not talk much aside from when I'm streaming. Like, I mean, I'm not a talkative person in general, but like off stream, I really just like don't talk a whole lot. I wish I could sing. I do. I already eat enough meat. Now it's a raw egg. Ugh. Honey candy, I do like. I think honey candy is great. I mean, honey is great for your throat. That's what I do for like or my tea that I always have. It's like a lemon tea that I put honey in that I have with every stream. And then I have these cough drops, which are uh honey lemon. Also very good. I have those in the middle or late stream if my throat is acting up a bit. I need honey candy for work because I wait on people, so I gotta sound happy all the time. Oh yeah. Yeah, if you're waiting tables and stuff, like you gotta come off at least as relatively friendly or um outgoing, I guess. I got VTuber voice when I go out. I get compliments on it. That's funny. That's funny. Oh, you know when you do a big stretch and it just hits and you can't help but let out like that groan? That was me right there. Big ass stretch. Oh man. Should probably work out, actually. It's a little late for it, but I could if I wanted. I don't know. Probably not. Tomorrow morning. All right. So I should probably call it there now that it is after 8 and I need to figure out what to do for dinner. And this is a very good stopping point since we just finished the prologue. Can start chapter 1 officially the next time I stream it. Good night, good night. Oh, right. It's super late for you, Kiwi, because we have like a 6-hour time difference or something. 6 or 7 hours. So it's like, what, 2 or 3 in the morning for you? Oof. I hope you have a great night's sleep. Thank you very much for coming to the stream. I hope you enjoyed. I know we didn't, we got sidetracked a lot, did a lot of chatting instead of playing a ton, but I hope you enjoyed nonetheless. Do it, man. I just started exercising a month or 2 ago. If you start slipping, you'll start sliding. Oh, I slid very hard, Master. I was working out, excuse me, 4 to 5 times a week for probably a year, aside from when I got injured at one point. And then a few months ago, I had something else happen, like not a big injury, but like something that was making it harder to work out. So I took a break for that. And then I got super, super busy with work. And then I started streaming. Like, I have not worked out consistently for probably like 6 months, 5 or 6 months. I need to get back into it. But I prefer working out in the morning over night. Like at night, I like to chill. Morning, I like to like get up early and try working out. But it's nice. Glad to hear that you started exercising too. Hopefully you can keep it up. I need to get back on it. We had guests until early hours in the morning and I had lots of fun. Ooh, early hours of the... Well, I guess it is a weekend, so that makes sense. But I'm glad you had fun. Thank you again for coming. But yeah, so little end of stream spiel. The last stream for the week is tomorrow, 2 p.m. Eastern. More Master Duel. Yay. Get some more Trap Tricks games and practicing. And then 2 weeks in a row now, I've posted my schedule on a Monday. I know, crazy for me. So hopefully I can make that trend continue. Posted on Monday again. Pandiculation is the name for when you yawn and stretch. I had no idea that there was actually a term for that. That's funny. There's a word for everything, I guess. 10 save potentials. Jeez. Save again. It's been a while since I've just been sitting here. But yeah, so that will be the end for this stream. Gonna go get something to eat. I hope, Kiwi, you have a good night's sleep. Master, I hope you have a great rest of your day, and also a good night's sleep. Anybody lurking, I hope you have a great rest of your day. Thank you again for coming to the stream. And yeah, like I said, I have Master Duel tomorrow at 2. If you feel like coming, that would be awesome. If not, hopefully I see you sometime for a stream next week, when I decide what I want to do. Woo! Have a good night. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Thank you again, everybody, and I will see you next time. Bye-bye.